Oh, whoops. Guys, my mic wasn't set to the right thing in OBS. The same thing that happened to me on Friday happened to me again. Anyway, hi, now that you can all hear me. So yeah, sorry the stream is starting late. I was updating my website and got distracted by organizing some stuff on, like, organizing panels on the Twitch channel. Because we have a new alert. For anybody who hasn't heard, we have a new alert made by Ani on VGen, it's very, very cute. We are free from the static PNG of Chizu. The boy lives now. So yeah, anyway. Man, I hate it when this happens. Okay, but yeah, I did pre-craft all of the, and like gather up all the materials for the Studium quest, so hopefully that'll speed things up. We are finishing up all of the Studium quests tonight, because we gotta get the ball rolling on the rest of the game, if I want to be caught up in time for FanFest. And yeah, anyway, this is, we're saying her name is pronounced Debroye, and we're doing Culinarian first. I think that covers everything I said while I was accidentally muted. Moving on. Also, hi Ash. I saw your little hello emote. I saw your little peek. Wonderful. I would very much like to request your help with a certain oh my. Forgive me. My stomach is not entirely at its best. Professor Galvaroche bid me try a sample of a newly created comestible, you see. The taste was, well, in the texture. Oh dear. Perhaps you should just experience it firsthand. One mouthful is worth 1,000 words and all that. Pray join me over at Maker's Meat. I can initiate you in the wonders of experimental foodstuffs. Do I have to? Is this really necessary? Thank you ever so much for coming. Let's set the table for you, shall we? On first inspection, it seems to be an ordinary loaf of bread, yes? Now try a slice. The initial flavor is like a rush of indescribable hatred, which gradually transitions into a sense of deep and abiding despair. It is quite possibly the worst thing you have ever eaten. What did I do to you? Doesn't it taste awful? When it comes to the perfect meal, flavor is irrelevant. False! Professor Galvaroche, I wasn't... Why, the very concept of gourmet cuisine has led to all manner of unhealthy excess. Too much salt, too much sugar, and entirely too much fatty content is employed in the pursuit of satisfying this obsession with taste. Okay, but hear me out. If healthy food is important, but if it doesn't taste good, people aren't gonna eat it. The paneloaf we are laboring so hard to produce will contain everything necessary to sustain an adult body in one efficient, easily consumed serving. As I said, the perfect meal has to taste good. Professor, if I might introduce... By Thaliac, all this time wasted on idle chatter. If we are ever to attain true perfection, then every spare moment must be spent upon our research. Your task was to improve the paneloaf's digestibility. A good flavor is part of that, was it not? Then let us be getting on with it. Swift, sure, efficient. Like, because here's an argument in favor of thing tastes good. Besides what I already said about how people, like, it needs to taste good for people to be motivated to actually eat it. Saliva is technically part of the digestion process because it's the initial it's what initially breaks down food before you swallow it, and it goes into the stomach and gets further broken down. Good taste make body produce saliva. Bad taste, no saliva. Bad taste, less digestible. You must excuse the professor's brusque manner. Yeah, he seems nice. I know he seems eccentric, but the field of nutritional science was practically built upon the foundation of that man's research. Surely you've heard of the infamous Archon loaf. It was Professor Galvaroche who proposed the recipe. Ah, so it's his fault that, Charlene is so, let's say, culinarily, impoverished. In any case, I do apologize for serving you such a foul-tasting creation, but I needed you to understand the gravity of the situation. Come to the last stand, and I shall offer you something to cleanse your palate while I more fully explain the issue at hand. Yeah. Fortunately, one of the things not in the new Final Fantasy XIV cookbook is Archon loaf. As hilarious as that would have been. Imagine if some April Fools, they gave us a new cookbook and the recipes included things like Archon loaf, meal, what are some of the other cursed food things in 14? Guess there isn't really a whole lot, huh? I'm sure I'll think of others. Namazu is wild! No, okay. Boots is already in the actual second book, and I'm excited because the game lied to me at one point they're like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna say when because it may or may not be spoilers, but at one point they're like, oh yeah, Boots is totally spicy. I was like, fuck, I can't eat spicy food. And then I looked at the recipe and the spiciest thing in it is pepper. So like maybe I'm misremembering that part of MSQ, but I do really want to try making boots. But anyway, my point is, what if Namazu boots? Pray take a seat, and I shall be with you in a moment. What's a shame is there used to be a YouTube channel I followed, and I don't know if she still does stuff elsewhere and just isn't doing things on YouTube anymore. But I'm pretty sure it's why the cookbook can't. At least I suspect maybe it's why they can't use like a cookbook reborn or anything like that. Because there was a YouTube channel called A Recipe Reborn, and she did try to, you know what, she was a culinary student, she was a culinary student, so maybe she just graduated and life got busy. But either way, she used to try and recreate recipes from Final Fantasy XIV. This was before the first cookbook came out, so it was largely her looking at the recipes and trying to figure things out on her own. And I bet if she had still been making content in Endwalker, she absolutely would have made Archon loaf, because she did back in Shadowbringers make meal. It was just buns, I think, but yeah, it was very funny. I hope you still have an appetite. When I'm not studying, I actually work here in the kitchens. And that one there dish is a dish I devised myself, using all the knowledge I've acquired about food and its flavor. Enjoy. Lit, you actually looked for a recipe for Archon loaf? That's wild. I bet real life Archon loaf would just be like some kind of whole grain and or seed bread. Oh, a video. Oh, a Recipe Reborn video? This is heavenly. I'm so glad you liked it. What you do is, you take a lobster freshly caught from the Indigo Deep, scoop out the meat and saute with butter and olive oil. Next, you steam in white wine. But you must take care not to overcook it at this point. You then need to stuff it back into the shell, sprinkle liberally with thyme, oregano, and rosemary before baking in the oven at a steady heat. Not too hot, of course, and then... Yes, thank you. I'll take your word for it. My apologies. As you may have noticed, cooking is something of a passion of mine. Which brings us to my present problem, and the reason I so desperately require your assistance. It all began when agents of the Forum contacted Professor Galvaroche, seeking to draw up his wisdom and nutritional expertise of his research facility. The nutritional expertise of his research facility. Their request was simple. They wished him to invent a singular meal that could provide all the daily nutrients a person needs to survive. They expressed their intent to develop a food supply for emergencies, and thus the only condition imposed was that it be possible to prepare this miracle dish from ingredients readily available in Labyrinthos. For his part, the professor threw himself into the work with routine intensity, using Archon loaf as a base to devise a new type of bread, the most recent batch of which I inflicted upon you earlier. Archon loaf was never praised for its flavor to begin with, and it seems the more nutrients you pack into the mix, the more revolting it becomes. Some volunteers have even been known to retch up the contents of their bellies and after choking down a sample. Yeah, okay, let's list the reasons why flavor is important. Because now we have 3. 1, if it's not good, people won't eat it. Like, if it doesn't taste good, people won't be motivated to eat it. This is why, like, traditionally there's been such a stereotype of people not wanting to eat their vegetables because people didn't know how to prepare them to actually taste good. Pro tip, a little butter, a little olive oil, a little garlic, some combination of those 3 goes a long way. Oh, and salt. 2, good flavor body makes saliva, helps with digestion process. Saliva is important. If it doesn't taste good, you won't produce as much. This is why you drool when you start smelling something good. It's your body getting ready to, like, digest good thing. 3, if it tastes bad enough, people will vomit it up. That's not good for nutrition. If it tastes bad enough that you literally can't swallow, that's even worse. And that can also apply to texture and everything else. I've had issues with, like, really oily salmon before where I couldn't swallow it. Suspecting that a difficulty with digestion was to blame, Professor Galvaroche asked that I work on making our meal easier to stomach. But the fact is, it simply tastes terrible. Can you imagine if there truly was some emergency and we were forced to live on Penelope alone? People would survive, of course, but gods would they wish they hadn't. To make matters worse, the professor sees gourmet cooking as a wasteful ambition. If the Forum adopts his recipe, there's a very real chance he might champion Penelope not only as a candidate for emergency supplies, but as a new nationwide food staple. By and large, the Charlians prefer meals that are easily prepared and easily consumed over more flavorful, but less time-efficient culinary efforts. Scholars busy with their research will settle for sandwiches more often than not. Okay, but sandwiches can be good and gourmet. You take the time, like, once to make a good spread or sauce or something to put on the sandwich. And then when it's time to actually make, you grab your bread, you grab your meat or cheese or cheese or whatever you're putting in the salad, some roughage and your sauce. Throw it together and you have something nutritious and delicious. Also muffins. Also, a good tasting bread that you can, like pumpkin bread or whatever. And that ambivalent attitude towards food is exactly why I fear this horrible bread might actually be accepted into our everyday diets. As a Charlatan myself, I never had much interest in fine dining. Then I tried a dish at the last stand, and it was as if an entirely new world had opened up before me. I soon discovered that a course in nutritional science would grant access to a vast repository of information on recipes and ingredients, so I enrolled as a student at the Studium's Faculty of Medicine. I mean, the fact that it's the Faculty of Medicine, well, I guess nutritional stuff would fall under medicine, but they should probably have a Faculty of Culinary Arts. But their approach to food preparation was purely academic, utilitarian. I reasoned that if I was to learn anything about gourmet cooking, then finding employment here would be the surest route. In fact, I was on the brink of abandoning my formal studies altogether when this request came from the forum. As a lover of fine foods, nay, as a person with a functional tongue, I am compelled to prevent this crime against cuisine from entering society in its current form. Fortunately, I have the opportunity to improve the panaloaf's flavor under the guise of carrying out the professor's instructions. It will, however, be exceedingly difficult to enhance the taste without sacrificing any nutritional value, especially considering my lack of practical experience. My theory is sound, but when it comes to technical expertise, and that, my dear culinarian, is why I need you. If you decide to help, then please, I beg you, come and see me at Maker's Meat. Yeah, sure. Boop. Ah, there you are. Can I assume this means you wish to aid me with my panaloaf predicament? No one else must suffer as I have. Then I gladly accept your assistance. Praise the scholar for bringing us the savior in our hour of need. Oh dear me, I just realized. How could I put you through all that and not ask your name? Good question. Well then, Shizune, I look forward to working with you. You may now undertake deliveries for the Faculty of Medicine at the Studium. Speak to DeBroy to learn more. DeBroy is eager to begin the process of improving the panaloaf. Let us get straight down to business, shall we? The main problem with panaloaf is that the recipe calls for a wide variety of wholesome substances, resulting in an extremely eclectic and subsequently extremely disgusting mixture of flavors. Now, I've managed to bake a slightly less repulsive version by adjusting the balance of ingredients, but the taste remains indistinct and unsatisfying. You need seasoning of some kind, and badly. To that end, I've put together a recipe for a sweetener using those materials, which are readily available in Labyrinthos. Not in any amount which would contradict our healthy and nutritious mandate, of course. Concocting the sweetener itself, however, is a job for the experts, and so I'd like to entrust it to you. Very soon, we will have taken our first step to making the panel loaf halfway enjoyable. Alright. Now, I can go to, not that, class, Studium deliveries, panel loaf sweetener. And at least for now, it's easy peasy. One button to high quality. 3 to actually finish. Heck yeah. This would have been even easier if I had been able to craft this stuff ahead of time, but like, I kind of get why we couldn't. Wait. Eh? Oh. Oh, I see. I overgathered some stuff. That's what happened. Okay, I was really worried for a second there. I was like, oh no, did I not gather enough of something? But no. We're good. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, okay, okay. I can count. And now we get... Oh, did I... Oh, no, I didn't overgather. Okay. We're okay. And now we get the very satisfying experience of watching the number of things in my inventory. Oh, you guys can't see it. But you see that grid? I forgot, my head like covers it. But so that's what my inventory looks like right now. And I get to watch my that grid slowly shrink as I craft things. Because that's all for my pre-crafting and prepping. The recipe for the sweetener isn't giving you any trouble, I hope. I can hardly wait to see how it turns out. Uh-oh, wait. Let me really quickly. Do I have all the books? Oh. Or did I still have one more I had to get? There's still one more I can buy. There. I now have every single master recipe book until 8.0. Well, not even 8.0. Like what? When do the recipe books usually come out? 8.1? That sounds about right. 8.1 or 8.2. Let's see here. Well, no, because both recipe books for this expansion are out, so it's probably 8.1 and 8.3. But point being, I now don't have... I guess it's time for me to start buying... Not from here. Crafting gear for glamour. It would help if I was on the right one. There we go. There's the actual artifact here. Do I even... Well, I guess this one's neat. Blacksmith always has such bang or glamour. Oh yeah, this is like a staple of my glamours. What am I talking about? Yeah, blacksmith always has such incredibly good glamour. Armorsmith has some okay stuff. That could be neat. Why not? The big hope is that eventually they make it so that we can put this stuff in the glamour closet or glamour dresser as outfits. Which is part of why I keep buying full sets. Also, because what else am I gonna spend my scripts on, right? Does that look like a pirate hat? It does! Oh, I bet there are people who are gonna be making use of this. Next patch, maybe. If not, hey guys, there's a pretty solid piratey looking hat. If you want something that maybe isn't quite as big as the bard stuff, this would probably also work well for it. And it's got the little bandana on it. Oh wait, was this? Yes. Not actually a huge fan of the hat, but I really like the chest piece from the Weaver set. I've already started playing around with setting up glamour stuff on my main, but I think the Tuesday that... There we go. The Tuesday that... Or on the 16th, when the new patch drops, I might take the time at the beginning of stream to play around with glamours on stream. We'll see. I am very excited to mess around with that, though. Go. Thank you, Shizune. After trying a little taste, I can safely say that you've managed to hit the sweet spot. Not overly mild and not overly rich. With your sweetener added to the mix, I went ahead and baked a second test batch of Panaloaf. As for the result, well, I took some samples over to the last stand for the customers to try. And they said the taste was passable, which is a significant improvement over the nausea-inducing wretchedness of the original recipe. As I had hoped, a little sweetness was instrumental in tying the myriad flavors together. The key here being a little sweetness. We wouldn't want to go overboard and endanger the nutritional balance of our perfect meal. Oh, I'm told one of our regulars is at his table today, and he is a man with a decidedly particular palate. Why don't we head over and ask for his impression of our second batch? Sure. If I may ask, what did you think of the bread, sir? Not bad, not bad. But not good either. I give the flavor a passing grade. The texture, however, needs some attention. The texture. Tis not overly noticeable with a bite-sized sample, but after one or two full slices, I fear one might begin to struggle with the somewhat dry and powdery consistency. I had not considered that. Thank you for your most valuable insight, sir. We will certainly keep that in mind for future batches. Well, that was a much-needed reminder. In my rush to enhance the flavor, I have neglected to account for changes in the texture. Introducing the sweetener must have affected the consistency of the dough. Nothing is ever simple, is it? Improving the texture will be our next task, then. I'll give the problem some thought, then we can work together on creating the solution. baker! Debroy appears to have a revelation, or have had a revelation. Shizune, my partner in Paneloof Improvement. I've been researching the subject of texture, and I think I've found the cause of our powdery problem. The answer lies in the yeast. It seems the sugar content of the sweetener weakened its usual effects, preventing the dough from being fully leavened. Which means, well, I guess it, wait, what? Wait, hang on. But yeast loves sugar. It's salt that limits its growth. Which means that if we can, maybe there was salt in the sweetener. Which means that if we can create a yeast more properly suited to sweetened dough, then our bread will be as moist as we care to make it. Knowing, however, is not quite the same as doing. While I understand the basics, formulating yeast from scratch is rather beyond my current abilities. Once more, I must call upon you to rise to the occasion. Sorry. Okay, but yeah, that's why, like, a lot of bread recipes will be like, it's water, and maybe you add some sugar to the water and have it sit, or like, you know, I've made bread recipes that had honey in it, is it helps the yeast grow, because they om nom nom that stuff right up. And then you put salt in it, usually after you've already mixed everything else together, because you want to be very, very careful with it, because the salt can kill off the yeast. Or at least, like, limit its growth. That. And then that. I have to be so careful. I don't want to accidentally finish a craft and fuck up my very careful material gathering. You know, it's one thing if I fuck up a custom delivery craft, because that is one item I buy from an NPC, and... Oh. It costs me, like, less than 100 gil to replace. The whole reason why I did the material gathering ahead of time was to try and save us some time. I'll go ahead and just do that, yeah. Hey! Hang on, let me get a cat on my lap. There we go. Such a good boy. Alright. Boop. Boop. Oh, Just... Nope. I mean, that works. Alrighty. Let's turn these in. I'm afraid our bread will never be all that it can be if we cannot solve this yeastly dilemma. Now, this is some potent-looking yeast. Trust me, after the hours I spent staring at such things during my studies, the quality is obvious. Thanks to all your hard work, the third test batch of panel loaf turned out just as moist as we'd hoped. And all without compromising the original integrity of its nutritional content. It was well received by the clientele at the last stand, and even our difficult-to-please regular gave it his seal of approval. I would, however, like to hear the opinion of the, to my knowledge, most gourmand in Charlian. I speak of Master Dickon, the owner of the last stand. Everything I know about gourmet cooking, I owe that to that man. Come. Why don't we go and see what he has to say? Sure. I appreciate the fact that they have us go there in the cutscene, and it's not just, okay, at a cutscene, go to the last stand, come back, do next quest, go to the last stand, come back. Master Dickon, what did you think of the third batch? Aye, it's a decent loaf, all right. But certainly a far cry from what you started with. That very first sample tasted like a sponge fished out of a sewer ditch. Expect you have your new friend to thank for this sudden leap in progress. I swore a vendetta against that foul-tasting evil. Oh, my dear Shizune, you are a gourmet after my own heart. A crusader for culinary quality. Be that as it may, you yet have work to do. You've worked wonders with the taste and the texture, but there's no aroma. It needs a savory scent to draw you in and set your mouth to watering. So it isn't smelly enough. The road to gastronomic excellence is never-ending, it seems. But if that is what it takes to earn your full approval, then we must bake on. Ah, you remind me of my old... you remind me of old Mevin. He was the fellow who built this place, and dedicated his life to bringing fine food to Charlian. That life ended before he truly accomplished his goal, and the last stand passed on to me. Even now, gourmet cooking remains something of a foreign concept in this nation. It's the kind of place where puffed-up experts like your professor label their nutritional experiments the perfect meal. As if anything with such a revolting flavor could ever be deemed perfect. Listen, the last stand was named so for a reason. We're a cultural outpost, the final defense against those who would condemn Charlian's diet to blandness and monotony. If you share Mevin's dream, and I believe you do, then I implore you to carry on his legacy. Oh, Mervin. Whoops. There's an R in there. After hearing what Master Dickon had to say, I'm more determined than ever to make a truly perfected panel loaf. As before, allow me some time to cogitate on the problem. Then we can see what adding a tantalizing aroma to the next batch of see about adding a tantalizing aroma to the next batch of bread. Yeah, we are an indispensable break baker. Debroya is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you an indispensable baker. I think I have it, Shizune. A method to infuse the panaloaf with a more alluring aroma. The key is to blend a more fragrant oil into the dough, which will not only lend our bread a lovely scent, but also improve its savory flavor. Oils and fats need to be kept to the absolute minimum, of course, so we'll need a variety that provides the greatest effect for the smallest amount. I have a basic idea of how a low-fat or aromatic substance might be achieved, but oil require your help with the advanced process involved to make it. Boo! Sorry, that was terrible. Yeah! Yeah, it was! Boop. Yeah? Yeah. Let me hit that first. There we go. Excellent. As a precaution, there we go. Innovation, standard touch. I know this probably isn't the most efficient way of crafting, probably, but it works for me. And as long as it gets the job done, it's fine. Wait, I wonder... Yeah. Amazing the difference that, using veneration makes. Alright, one more. Whoop. Oh, I forgot to hit that. Whoop. I just noticed something. Oh, I knew there was a bomb on this pan. I didn't realize the bomb had a little chef hat on it. Oh, that's so cute. Anyway. I need to hit one more button. There we go. Perfect. fragrant oil. That will be the secret ingredient in our fourth and hopefully final test batch. I mean, this is the level 85 quest, so I doubt it. Gracious me, that smells incredible. I'm actually drooling. Once we work that aroma into the bread, people will be lining up to try a slice. We've done it, Shizune. The aromatic temptation of our fourth batch has proven irresistible. Last Stand patrons have even started placing orders for us to bake more. In a happy coincidence, the new oil also served to plump up our loaf until it resembles a small, scrumptious cloud. I even measured the fat content just in case, and we are well within the accepted parameters. Surely now we've achieved true bakery perfection. I suppose there's only one way to find out. Let's head over to the cafe and ask for Master Dickens' verdict. Please, Master Dickon, don't leave us in suspense. No! This is unacceptable. Huh? I cannot have you baking bread that's more delicious than mine! Oh. You've outdone yourselves this time. Full marks. Yes! Now that we have the Master's unconditional approval, I believe that signals an end to our testing process. We make a wonderful team. How disappointing to find you frittering away the hours like this, and here of all places. You set aside my assignment on digestive issues to pursue the trivial art of gourmet cooking? Hey, lift that chin up. I'll not deny it. That is exactly what I've been doing. And let me tell you why. The problem with Penelope was never a difficulty with digestion. It was the awful taste that was making people feel ill. Lest you believe our efforts in vain, then I ask that you try a sample of our fourth test batch. I think you'll find the flavor much improved. Nay, I have no interest in your mundane concerns over flavor. The very subject sickens me. You sicken me. What I will do, however, is analyze the nutritional value of your much improved Paneloaf. We shall see if it even meets the criteria for a proper meal substitute. See, the problem is that you're trying to substitute a meal. I must inform you that your fourth test batch is a failure. It is sorely lacking in ascorbic acid, a vital nutrient which any prospective meal replacement must contain. Stop trying to replace meals! Deficient levels of ascorbic acid lead to outbreaks of scurvy. It is an illness which often afflicts sailors on long sea voyages and can also be prevalent in times of famine and hardship. Okay, but if it was lacking in ascorbic acid, that means the starting recipe also was, right? Citrus fruits are an effective measure to combat scurvy, but one cannot always rely on a fresh supply of oranges or lemons. As such, the perfect meal of choice is one which readily fulfills that role. I have already succeeded in adding this nutrient to my original Paneloaf, and am prepared to make my submission to the forum. But the acid, how did you expect me to reveal my techniques to one so blatantly disregarded, or who so blatantly disregarded my instructions? I am sorry, Mr. Roy, but you are hereby relieved from your current duty. So be it. I will perfect our version of Paneloaf without your assistance, and submit the recipe as a contender to your own. A contest, then. And may the best bread win. However, in the event that your recipe fails to garner the forum's favor, I will see you disciplined for the misuse of research funding. Your punishment will be expulsion from my research facility. Nay, from the Studium itself. Fine, if you lose, you have to give up being a teacher. How about that? Professor Galvaroche, if you're so intent on ruining my employee's future, then I think I'm entitled to a question or two. From what old Mervyn told me, the two of you were once classmates. More than that, you were good friends. So I'd like to understand, why do you hold so much hate for the thing he held so dear? Mervyn was an exceptional student, but he threw away his academic career for the love of a well-made meal. This cafe he built. Oh no, it's an... I was really hoping that we'd be done with the cutscene in time and that I could do the rest of the crafting for these quests during the ad, but fuck me, I guess. In that case, I'm going to use the ad to step away from the computer for a few minutes. I will see you guys on the other side. Okay, we're back. This cafe he built, the incessant taste testing, not more than excuses to indulge in course after course of gourmet food and drink, was reckless pursuit of that passion which sent him to an early grave. Your fine dining is a curse. It befuddled the mind of a brilliant young man, slew him as surely as any slow-acting poison. Now, if you have nothing further to say, I must return to my research. Swift, sure, efficient. I had no idea the professor and Mervyn were ever acquainted, let alone classmates and friends. At least now I understand why my actions upset him so. But we cannot give up. For the sake of Charlie and Bellies, you must help me win the forum's minds. Our crusade for culinary quality continues. Thank you, Shizune. I shall figure out this issue with ascorbic acid, and we can start on test batch number 5. And then we can start on test batch number 5. Although, I think it's time we had a proper name for our Paneloaf. I nominate Mervyn Bread in honor of the Last Stand's founder. Let's get the oven heated up and show the professor that we and our loaves, or what we and our loaves are made of. Yeah! Irreplaceable baker. Debroya is practically bursting with determination and purpose. As Professor Galvaroche so eagerly pointed out, our Mervyn bread cannot be considered a perfect meal until we load it with a sufficient quantity of ascorbic acid. The problem is, all the citrus fruit varieties grown in Labyrinthos have distressingly low values of this key nutrient. They say it has something to do with how the fall sun cannot entirely replace the effects of natural sunlight. It's almost like substitutes aren't a proper replacement for the real thing, like meals. Thus, for our purposes, we are unlikely to improve the Mervyn bread's levels of ascorbic acid simply by adding a Labyrinthos orange or two to the list of ingredients. And yet the professor claimed to have managed the feat. The question is, how? He synthesized the acid himself? Yes, it's entirely possible. He may have manufactured the nutrient using elements extracted from readily available Labyrinthos produce. The process he employed, however, is a mystery. It would take me months to research a manufacturing method from scratch, but we cannot allow the professor to submit his Panelope unopposed. We need to consult with another expert on the subject. Radzat Han is the home of alchemy, and one of its noted practitioners, Master Jalvaz, is the Near East's leading authority in nutritional science. I've never had the pleasure myself, but perhaps he will assent to an audience if we show up on his doorstep. The new aetherite allows us to travel to Thavner directly, so that should save us some time. Let us be swift and sure. We might have to work on efficient. Okay. Well, she can take the aetherite. I'm gonna teleport. Way better on my stomach. I feel sick to my stomach. It's nothing compared to the nausea I suffered after one bite of the professor's Panelope. Come on, we'll find Master Jalvaz in the city proper. Excuse me. So this is the fabled city of Radzat Han. It's even more vibrant than I imagined. Yes, this is my first visit to Thavner. To be perfectly honest, this is the first time I've ever left Charlian. What of you, Shizune? Have you been here before? I have. Then you can lead the way. I've studied the layout of this place from top to bottom on parchment, but in the flesh, I'd probably get us lost before we'd taken 10 steps. The documents I've read mention Master Jalvaz's affiliation with the High Crucible of Alchemia. I wonder, though. The man should be getting on in years, and he may very well be retired. Anyway, it's somewhere to start. Let's head there now, and see if he's still in residence. Oh, this is one of those quests. Okay. Well, can still teleport us to the Aetheryte. Cut down on some travel time. There we go. Oh, right. Hang on, let me talk to her. It seems that everywhere you look, there's another sight to dazzle the senses. Now that is an impressive piece of alchemical apparatus. Why, I wager they could concoct almost any mixture they please in such a grand furnace. Ugh. Apologies. Just some lingering ethereal sickness. Let's press on. Jalvas? Never heard of the fellow. He may have worked here once, but I know of no one of that name among my present colleagues. Then I suppose he is retired after all. Actually, considering his age, there is no guarantee that the man is even... Well, let us assume he is still among us for the moment. Shall we continue our inquiries on the floor below? They've spared no expense on this facility. When it comes to the field of alchemy, it would seem that Radzat Han is malms ahead of everyone else, even the learned professors of Charlian. You're looking for a Jalvas, the alchemist? That would be my great-grandfather, but it's been quite some time since he last worked here. Your great-grandfather. He, was a great man. He is. Over 100 summers young and still going strong. As a prominent scholar of nutrition and health, he's always practiced what he preaches. Why, he's even spry enough to visit the tavern from time to time. If you head over to Mary's Mehane, you might chance to see him there. That's wonderful news, thank you. I'm very eager to meet him. There you have it, Shizune. Our next destination is oh dear. Aetheryte travel did not agree with me. Deep breaths and away to Mary's Mehane. Let's go. We go. Whoops, I can read. Wait, does she have anything else to say? When I say great-grandfather visits the tavern from time to time, what I really mean is all the time. Are you sure your friend is well enough for this, though? Also, does he have anything else for me to say? Hello? As I said, there's no Jalvas here. Oh, nope. He's boring. Okay. Also, there was an Aetheryte down there I could have taken. Actually, it might be faster for me to backtrack and take that Aetheryte after all. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee hoo hoo ha ha. Can I just jump? I can. Fun fact, this Aetheryte used to not be here. This was added when they added the relic stuff in Shadowbringers, because that little corner is where you make your relic. Oh, and there is more little bubbles here. Oh, this was not the ether I technically wanted to take, but actually... Anything else? Nope. For a completionist like me. Oh my, authentic Cornish curries. That spicy aroma is to die for. But as much as I would love to sample all the foods on offer, my gourmet research will have to wait. Okay, but spices have nutritional value, so, you know, not entirely unworthy of consideration. So much alchemical equipment. Even with all the time I've spent on the Faculty of Medicine, I've never seen even half of these devices. Perhaps I should spend some time studying here in Thavnair. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Study their alchemy, study their cuisine. Learning about cuisine from different parts of the world it can be really valuable because sometimes part of the purpose of food is to account for location-specific nutritional needs, like how to handle heat or cold. Oh, Astinian is back there. Hang on. I don't see anyone who matches the portrait from the books, which makes sense considering how young he was in that particular picture. I wonder what he... Oh, woman down! Miss? Don't you worry now, young lady. I'll brew a remedy that'll put you back on your feet in a twinkling. The fact that she walked through the entire crucible and nobody bothered to be like, hey, do you want some medicine for that is kind of wild. Thank you, sir. I feel ever so much better. Never heard of a bout of ethereal sickness lasting this long. Oh no, my dear. You're quite clearly suffering from a severe case of anemia. All the symptoms point to a lack of ascorbic acid. Without that nutrient, your body has trouble absorbing iron, which in turn leads to thinning blood, disturbing pallor, and extreme fatigue. The medicine I gave you will remedy these immediate issues, but I strongly suggest you rethink your dietary habits. We wouldn't want your youthful promise stolen by a fatal case of scurvy, now would we? Now that I think on it, I've been eating nothing but panaloaf samples since we started all this. That does once again imply that the original panaloaf was also missing that particular nutrient. It stands to reason that our yet-to-be perfected meals would leave me low on ascorbic acid. Thaliak, save me. I almost made the same mistake as Mervyn. Your knowledge of the nutritional sciences is most impressive, Master... Oh, it's just plain old Jalvas these days, my dear. I'm retired now, but I've learned a thing or two about healthy eating and longevity over the years. So you are Jalvez. I knew it! My name is De Broye, and I study nutrition at the Studium in Charlian. I come seeking wisdom from the foremost expert in the field, that being you, of course. If you know of a valuable laboratory method for manufacturing ascorbic acid, then I humbly request that you instruct me in the process. Well, isn't this a coincidence? It wasn't long ago that a professor from your Studium approached me looking to solve the exact same dilemma. Yes, I know of a method. I was the one who discovered it. But the sweat of my brow comes at a price, Mr. Broye, and a rather rich one at that. How rich? The professor paid it without so much as raising an eyebrow, but I'm afraid the cost of my services is beyond the means of the average student. Still, it hardly seems fair to turn you away at the gate. I tell you what, why don't I make you a deal? You see, I have always been a lover of curries, but when you've eaten as many as I have, you begin to grow tired of the same Hanish flavors. Then I recently came to learn of Eorzean-style curry, of an Eorzean-style curry plate that I am desperate to try. I obtained the recipe from a trader, and I've even gone so far as to gather the ingredients so the cook here can take a stab at preparing the dish. But now destiny has seen fit to drop a pair of Western travelers in my lap. And who better to make Western cuisine than the natives of those lands, eh? So here's my offer. You prepare the curry and I teach you the method, provided my palate is properly tickled. We accept. I promise. We will make the most delicious curry you've ever tasted. That other visitor was almost certainly Professor Galvaroche, which means the process he learned is one which can be followed using resources from Labyrinthos. And what's more, Eorzean curry is one of the Last Stand's most famous dishes. I've made it many times. First, you caramelize the onions to bring out their sweetness. Add the bouillon. Dice your choice of meat and stew until tender. Oh, and be sure to skim the floaty bits from the water, of course, and then... Debroyer, save it for the kitchen. Sorry, I did it again, didn't I? Anyway, yes, I know all the steps. Aside from the mixing the golden spice, Master Dickon was always the one to prepare that ingredient. If you could take care of that part, then I'd be more than happy to handle everything else. As I said, I have all the ingredients you need and more besides. Cook away and let me know if you're running low on anything. My mouth is watering already. Just so you know, sir, the guy who paid you to teach him how to make ascorbic acid, he's gonna use it to commit crimes against stomachs. He's gonna use it to commit food crimes. If you can even call it food. Well done. Easy peasy. How is that spice mixture coming along? Here you go. It smells wonderful. This will give our curry the perfect amount of zest. So this is what Eorzean curry looks like. The colors, the aroma. It's so different from what we serve here. Now, for the all-important taste. Is it to your liking, sir? It's fantastic! The more you eat, the more the layers of flavor compound into a harmonious orchestra of deliciousness. They say you can taste the chef's intention in a meal, and your determination to impress me has infused every bite. Then you'll share your method with us? Of course I will. A meal such as that is worth more than a man's weight in gold. Teach us. So, coconut milk is the key. Thank you so much, Dalvaz, sir. There is one more thing I would ask, if I may. What, in your opinion, is the biggest secret to health and long life? A well-balanced diet is important, no doubt about that, but I believe you must enjoy what you eat. It's always seemed to me that digestion is aided by how much one relishes a meal, and the better one's digestion, the more nutrients one's body absorbs. Exactly. I've often thought the same myself. You've been a great help to us, sir. We wish you many more years of healthy living to come. And although I would love to more thoroughly explore Ratzahan's gourmet delights, we must hurry back to Charlian. Perhaps another time. Yeah. Ah, such a glorious meal. If enjoyment truly does improve one's health, then I think I just added 10 years to my life. Alright, back to old Charlie. Oh wait, I wanted to talk to Astidian. Because he's here. So why not? With his little spear just sitting there. You're here too? I thought I would have moved on by now, but Bertra hasn't deigned to reveal the details of his requests yet. So here I still am. But I can't complain. I have my own chambers and am being well looked after. Too well, even. I can't help but suspect that they're softening me up for an especially bothersome task. Still, the food is excellent. Thank you, Shizune, for accompanying me to such a far-flung locale, and on such short notice. I don't know if I could have secured that alchemical process from Jalvaz without your assistance. But now that we have it, our next batch of Mervyn bread will be well and truly perfect. This time, for certain. Debroy is in a state of despair. Oh, Shizune. What's wrong? What happened? I've been trying and trying to make that ascorbic acid. I've done exactly as Jalvaz instructed, followed his steps to the letter, but it all ends in failure. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I simply lack the expertise. The process requires a far more competent hand than mine. So, here I am at the last, asking for your help once more. Please, I need you to manufacture the additive that will perfect our perfect meal. All right. Ascorbic additive. Let's go. Ah! Well, too late. Oh, whoops. There we go. Man, this is making me think that maybe I need to drink more orange juice. To see if that helps with, like, the fact that I'm just tired all the time. I want that. Boop. Hey, level 92, nice. It's so funny, I forgot how early you get, oh, what's the name of the gathering skill that like resets a node? From Dawn Trail. The refresh, is that what it's called? I have to double check. Anyway, I was doing gathering for these quests yesterday and a node reset, and it caught me off guard because I wasn't even thinking about the fact that I was gonna start getting certain Dawn Trail gathering skills now. Since at least on minor, I'm over level 90. And now it's gonna start happening with my crafters, which is nice. Alright, that's the last of them. All our Mervyn bread needs is a viable ascorbic additive. I may have failed in that endeavor. I have faith that you will succeed. Here you go. Oh. Hang on, I have a script emergency. Here, just why not? Let's see here. I was buying the culinarian stuff. Why not? Just gonna scroll up to the top and start buying all the glamour shit. I appreciate the fact that it confirms that you... Oop, not that. Want to buy the thing that is... Just hydrated! Damn it, Ash! Alright, fine. Stretchy stretch. Posture check. I will hydrate some more. Anyway, I appreciate the fact that they, make sure you're sure that you want to buy something if you're not on that job. I wish it would just check if you had the job at that level instead, though, because, like, I don't want to have to change jobs just to confirm that I want to be able to buy a thing. Sorry, you care? Yeah! Oh yeah, this is also one of my, like, glamour staples, so we're doing good. There we go. Oh wait, I still have the alchemy stuff to buy. Yeah, sure. Oh. There we go. All right. Now, let's turn those in. And the next time I get capped on, homes, or not homes, on scripts, I might be fucked. Now, let's try turning those in again. Incredible. It's practically glowing with goodness. With this added to our creation, I have every confidence that the bread will pass any test they care to subject it to. Shouldn't we, like, actually test it ourselves and taste it and stuff? With your additive, well, added to the mix, I put a batch of Mervyn bread into the oven to bake. It should be ready any moment now. That looks like meal. This is it. The final fluffy result of much trial and error. It looks so familiar. Yeah. Well, have a bite. Does it taste like people? And how does it taste? As amazing it looks, like streams of flavor blending into a single river of ambrosial delight. That's a little much. As amazing as it looks. Wonderful. And the texture? It's like biting into a soft-baked cloud. I'm not reading the long ones, guys. Fantastic. And last but not least, what did you think of the aroma? That luscious, savory smell is to die for. Exactly what I thought. All the disparate elements have come together so well. Flavor, texture, aroma, not to mention a perfect balance of nutrients. And I have you to thank for this delectable achievement. Yes, I believe this current incarnation of Mervyn bread has a good chance of swaying the forum in our favor. You are attending the evaluation, aren't you? In fact, I must insist upon it. Yeah, sure. I am a consummate baker. So what's about to go wrong? DeBroy is brimming with confidence. This is it, Shizune. The forum is ready to begin the evaluation process. We've worked tirelessly on perfecting our submission, and I have every confidence that Mervyn bread will be the winning candidate. Come, let's make our way to the rostra, shall we? I do not remember what happens here, or why the final crafting item is fish cakes. Boop. I know I said I was confident, but the thought of actually standing before the forum has my stomach all in knots. Courage, DeBray. Courage. Esteemed colleagues, we have convened today to evaluate and select a suitable candidate for our proposed meal substitute. As previously discussed, this meal substitute will serve as an emergency provision, such as when our usual sources of food are restricted or otherwise unreliable. To be considered viable, a submission must satisfy our stipulated conditions, namely that it must be possible to prepare the meal using only the ingredients available in Labyrinthos, and that it also provides all the nutrients necessary to sustain day-to-day survival. Our first of two candidates is the Paneloaf, submitted by Professor Galvaroche, with whom I am sure you are all familiar. The second is Mervyn bread, submitted by one Miss de Broye, a student of the Faculty of Medicine. Members of the Council of Culinary Assurance will select one of these candidates following a thorough nutritional analysis and trial consumption of the samples provided. Our analysis has determined that both submissions meet the basic nutritional requirements to qualify as meal replacements. And as they share the same nutritional value, the only consideration left to judge them upon is taste. Even being generous, it would be difficult to describe the flavor of panaloaf as pleasing. Mervyn bread, on the other hand, is a culinary delight. On the grounds of this assessment, Mervyn bread is clearly the superior choice. I beg to differ. Yes, I admit that panaloaf has little to offer in the way of gastronomic enjoyment. But have you considered the matter from the viewpoint of efficiency? Mervyn bread's flavor requires the addition of specific sweeteners and oils, not to mention a particular variety of yeast, an involved process which demands excessive time and exertion. The recipe for panaloaf, however, was devised with simplicity in mind, allowing one to manufacture the same quantity of food with but a fraction of the effort. I implore you to reconsider your decision. You're not a good loser. After all, this is an emergency comestible we are discussing here, not some gourmet menu item. You raise a valid argument, Professor. We have indeed overlooked the question of efficiency. What about edibility? Should a situation arise that necessitates a supply of emergency rations, the needs of manufacture would certainly be a primary concern. And in that respect, your panaloaf holds a significant advantage. You need to be able to stomach the food. You care more about winning than people actually being able to eat. If I might offer an opinion. Who that? Oh, nobody we recognize. It would have been really funny if it had been Fortuno, who just found out what the Loprits were gonna feed us. Carrots, his beloved. Master Vlogusir, to what do we owe this unexpected pleasure? He's a member of the Forum. Why is it unexpected he'd be here? Curiosity, mostly. I may be retired. My question has been answered. It would have been funny. I really need a cutscene someday where, like, we're all eating a meal and it involves carrots. And maybe there's some Loprits involved and Emiliance is there. And she's like, honey, why aren't you eating your food? What's the matter, dear? Anyway, I may be retired, but all this talk of a perfect meal piqued my interest. Wait, I know you. Oh, we do know this guy. We just, okay. Yeah. And I know your delicious Mervyn bread. It is an unfortunate fact that fine food is oft regarded with contempt here in Charlian. Many see the pursuit of gourmet cuisine as a trivial distraction, an inefficient use of one's precious time. Yet when a tired researcher craves a refreshing cup of sweet tea, is it a question of simple desire? Or is it the body's way of signaling the lack of a certain nutrient? And what of the comfort afforded by those inefficient tastes and flavors? Surely we have all experienced the calm and reassurance provided by a hearty dish. The same principle can be observed with the soothing familiarity of home-cooked favorites. Why, when my academic cogitations are frustrated by some intractable problem, it is for that very soothing effect that I visit my beloved last stand. As such, I submit that taste plays a far greater role in our well-being than simple enjoyment. Imagine, if you will, a prolonged crisis, and then tell me which of these foods you would prefer to consume day after day after day. Feast with a struggle to survive. Which of these meals would best serve to bolster your mental and emotional fortitude? Yeah, add it to the list. Okay, let's count the ways flavor is important. 1, if it doesn't taste good, people won't eat it. This is why preparing vegetables and other, like, foods that are stereotypically not yummy is so important. Like, preparing them properly is important. 2, it helps with digestion because good food and good taste and good smell and the anticipation of it makes you produce saliva, which is step 1 in digestion. 3, if it tastes bad enough, you will throw it up and not be able to eat it. And now 4, good taste and good smell and good experience of food, good for mental health. To be perfectly honest, the very thought of eating panelo for more than a single day brings me to the edge of panic. Hardly a state one wishes to be in when dealing with a crisis. Yes, even when taking into account the additional effort required in its preparation, a satisfying meal is more like to contribute to a rational frame of mind, which, in the long run, may prove to be a more efficient benefit. Also, a bunch of, like, you can make, like, if you could find a way to make an instant version of that yeast so that it lasted longer without having to, like, be stored, quote-unquote, properly, a lot of this stuff could be prepared in advance. Maybe not the oil, because oil can go rancid if it sits around for too long, but if you're using it often enough, that may also not be an issue, and you just have to, like, prepare it ahead of time. Anyway, yes, even when, which in the long run may prove to be more efficient, or a more efficient benefit. Now that all interested parties have made their arguments, the time has come to put the matter to a vote. The results speak for themselves. Paneloaf, 1 vote. Mervyn Bread, 5 votes. Congratulations, Miss De Broyer. Your submission has been accepted as Charlene's official emergency meal replacement recipe. Also, I just want to say, I know I've talked before about how, when a new expansion comes out and there's, like, get fucked nerd, yeah. There's, like, an update that the devs are really proud or excited about. They really make a point of showcasing it in an expansion. It's why there's so much flying and why, like, you've got zones like the Sea of Clouds and Ozislaw in Heavensward when they added flying. It's why you have so much more swimming-centric stuff in Stormblood, because that's when they added swimming. There's a lot of big flashy stuff in it's also why zones are so much bigger and stuff in Stormblood, because that is the expansion they dropped PS3 support. Shadowbringers is when they dropped DS9 or DX9 support, which is why you have more zones that are outside and not include, like, not zones, but like so many dungeons where there's like a skybox because they're outside, like, or like just they're less enclosed feeling compared to previous expansions. You've got stuff like Home Minister Switch and Amarot and Heroes Gauntlet, where it's more outside based because they were able to do more with the graphics. And one of the things they added in Endwalker is the ability for player, they added to the character customization Dirtblander's facial hair as a face option for Midlander males, which is why, if you pay attention, you end up noticing a lot of, like this guy, a lot of NPCs with that facial hair. Just thought I'd point that out, because every time I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, this was the expansion they added that, huh? It's also why you'll notice a lot of use of, like, jungles and plants, like very plant heavy zones and metal heavy zone, or like things in Dawntrail, because they were the big things they were excited about with character custom or with the graphics overhaul was plants and metal and how that looks, which is why you have like a lot of NPCs with metal in their outfits and stuff like that. Um, and yeah. Anyway, get fucked, nerd. It's probably why Dawntrail was set in a South America-based area, was because South America has a lot of jungles and stuff and greenery. Professor, oh, I missed the dialogue thing because that was not a... Professor, your research is still very much a part of... Man, he does not handle losing well. Well, maybe his specialization as a professor is actually how to be a sore loser. Well, that was a near thing. At least until our last stand-up supporter chimed in. I never knew he was a former member of the forum. I'd say we can safely call this the end of the matter. Although there is one last thing I would like to ask you of you, Shizune. Despite his rigid way of thinking, Professor Galvaroche is not a bad person. Perhaps I can make him a nice meal to soften the blow of his loss. With a little expert help? Very well. I knew you couldn't refuse. Yeah, because the game doesn't give me a choice. Then you have a moment, or when you have a moment, come and meet me at the last stand. I can't wait to introduce Oriange to his new favorite thing. Since he seems to like question mark archive? Question mark, question mark? Now, as for the professor's meal, I thought we might make him a serving of fish cakes, one of our local specialties. According to Master Dickon, Mervyn and Galvaroche used to eat them all the time during their student years. To prepare the fish cakes, you take a white fish and some onion, and grind it all into a paste. Add milk and pepper and knead well, then sprinkle in the flour before rolling the mixture into an oval shapes and frying them in boiling hot oil. You don't need the entire recipe. But I would like you to prepare the all-important fish paste. The rest of the dish you can leave to me. If you find yourself lacking ingredients, Master Dickon has graciously agreed to provide us with whatever we need. Ask and ye shall receive. I'll pay to see you wipe the frown from that sour-faced grump. Right, let's get cooking. Did I manage to do the thing? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah! Oh no, I just realized. I forgot. Is there a way for me to edit it now? Stream settings. Nope. There. Whoops. I almost forgot to fix something with the YouTube stream. Alright, anyway. I accidentally had it listed as unlisted. Alright. How is your part of the recipe coming along? Here you go. Perfect. This will be the ingredient which brings the whole dish together. I've already sent a message to Professor Galvaroche, asking him to meet us here. Hopefully, he hasn't eaten yet. Why did you send for me? To taunt me with your victory in the place which I care for the least? Of course not, sir. We only wanted to offer you this meal as a gesture of goodwill. Please, eat. Enjoy. He doesn't know how to do that second one. That was good. And here's his Ratatouille moment. Wait, this is literally a Ratatouille moment, isn't it? They may be simple dishes, but Charlene does have its own local specialties. The art of quality cuisine was never wholly absent from our culture, despite what people think. I would never argue the importance of nutrition, but I believe what Master Jalvas says is true. Enjoyment of a meal tends to encourage digestion, and thus a more efficient intake of nutrients. When I first proposed the recipe for Archon Loaf, I did so with Mervyn in mind. He was always so focused on his research that he neglected his dietary needs, and I thought to devise a convenient yet nutritious source of sustenance. He was taken from me before I had the chance to complete it. I was grief-stricken, angry at the loss of my friend, and his gourmet lifestyle became the target of my rage. Have you considered maybe he just got sick, and food, unfortunately, can't solve everything? Although it pains me to admit it, he was responsible for his own actions. It was wrong of me to lay the blame on the thing he loved most. Loved too much, it seems. And after considering the arguments laid out at the evaluation, I am forced to recognize that taste is an integral part of my work. I shall begin research in a new perfect meal, one which will taste even better than your vaunted Mervyn bread. But Mervyn bread was never solely ours, Professor. It was your research and your panel loaf which provided the nutritional basis for our recipe. Shizune and I simply improved the palatability while maintaining the balance which made it healthy in the first place. Mervyn bread is as much your creation as it is mine or Shizune's, which is why I implore you to continue improving it. With your resources and expertise, there is no one better positioned to solve the recipe's lingering issues with inefficiency. Again, instant yeast would help a lot. In that case, I shall need an assistant. Together, you and I will test the boundaries of what is possible in the field of gourmet health cuisine. Speaking of fine foods, I do have one complaint about those fish cakes of yours. They're too few. I seem to recall the dish being much larger back when Mervyn and I used to eat them. Are there any more, perchance? Also, fate isn't conspiring against me. I thought I'd have a chance to make all of the crafts for these quests during the ad breaks, maybe. Or, like, at least get some crafting done ahead of time. The problem is, ads are about to start. I can't do I don't have the Weaver ones unlocked until... Whoops, that's not the right thing. Until I actually start the quest. And I still have another thing with her to do. Actually, let me try a snooze. Oh, that's what I can do. I can snooze the ads. Yeah. I do believe that was the first time I've seen the professor smile. I'm glad our fish cake recipe had the desired effect. But my work at both the Studium and the Last Stand has just begun. I have an entire city to convince of the benefits of fine dining. I forgot I could snooze ads. I'm stupid. Fortunately, it seems the professor is on our side now. We can expect the laboratory's research to expand into taste-related fields, and as part of my ongoing mission, I will do my utmost to see that it succeeds. Yes, this place is well suited to the study of flavor-based nutrition. We begin our research into more efficient preparation methods immediately. And here I thought my days of frantic baking were over. I'd better wash out my mixing bowl. Thank you for all your help, Shizune. I could not have asked for a more perfect kitchen mate. Please, do come and visit me from time to time. both at the Studium and as a valued patron of The Last Stand. There we go. Okay, now as should be snoozed. I hope. Hopefully my button pushing worked. So let's start. That's not what I want. Oh, wait. That's what I wanted. There we go. Let's start the next one, and then I can do all the crafting during the ad. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, yeah. Hi, Jude. Jude appears troubled. Dear, oh dear, if only he were here to help. Problems? Goodness me, you gave me quite the scare. Do I know you? Ahem, I must apologize. As you've likely already gathered, I am rather easily startled. Is aught amiss? Ah, yes. You see, I, Jude, belong to the Faculty of Astronomy and am enlisted in the Classical Astronomers Association. Despite the name, I am the sole member. Until this last year, we were far more in number. But the other students graduated just as I joined. Why remain in a part of an association that, for my efforts, is obsolete, you might ask? The reason is quite simple. I thought it would allow me free access to their telescope. Recently, however, the Faculty of Astronomy and all its constituents, the Classical Astronomers Association included, have been urged by the Forum to contribute to a national project. As a result, I am unable to use the telescope at my own discretion. If only my problems ended there. After I had taken over the association's activities, I came to learn the telescope was not only old, but in a state of total disrepair. I have, of course, since attempted to have it repaired, but no craftsman is willing to accept my request. Impatience has led me to attempt to restore it myself. All I've accomplished is making the situation worse. Beyond recovery, even. My apologies. I started to ramble. So, you're a craftsman that's been sent by Key Aliapo? That's right. I am terribly sorry. Despite having come all this way, there is no longer any telescope to restore. Then we build a new one. Yeah, why not just make a new one? Indeed, the possibility had not even crossed my mind. Oh, what I wouldn't give for one of those new lenses I've heard so much about. Their precision and clarity is said to be without peer, but the funding required would be astronomical. Perhaps if we forego the latest and greatest in telescope components, the modest budget I've received from the association may suffice to make one. I best get to work, then. Numenon will no doubt have a plethora of information on the subject of crafting telescopes. While I have an acute fear of crowded places, my desire to look upon the stars is enough to see me through this task. Or so I hope. Jude rushes off. His last words still ringing in your head, you take off in the direction of Numenon after him. I was gonna run to the Aetheryte, and then I remembered Numenon is right here. Ugh, making me run with my legs? Unbelievable. You're here to lend me a hand in searching for the necessary tomes? Yeah, sure, why not? Thank you. Only one other person has ever extended to me such kindness. 87.96% of those I've encountered have approached me, words dripping with honey, looking only to take advantage of my purse strings. But enough about that. Somewhere among these tomes are documents detailing the intricacies of telescopes. Let us split up and search for them. Please, should you find any relevant documents, bring them to me. Look! History of observatories. I want to see what these other ones are. Oh, I don't get to read them? Boo! An astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens. And the Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes. I can read. I can talk. I promise. Did you stumble across any leads? Here we go. A tome that lends the reader a great deal of insight into gigantic telescopes and their history. A tome that covers the various types of telescopes and how they are structured. A tome that speaks on the ever-elusive star lens. To think that you've managed to find 3 whole tomes. Excellent work. Let's have a look, shall we? This is like a massive library. The fact that you're impressed by 3 books is a little depressing. History of observatories. This appears to be all about observatories and the massive telescopes they boast. While the content contained within these pages is near perfect, to create the telescope detailed here would require a budget on par with a national project. Let us now take a look at the Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes. What a treasure of a tome! It outlines the entirety of how telescopes are made, down to the smallest of details. Unfortunately, we have only enough gil to cover a fraction of the cost of the parts listed here. Gee, if only you knew somebody who could make them from scratch for you. In exchange for scripts, I guess. Let us see what this last one has to offer. An astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens, huh? Star lens? I've never heard of such a thing. According to this, it's an ancient tool used by astronomers to read the stars and can be produced at a reasonable cost. But what good would such an ancient tool accomplish in today's world of astronomy and optics? It doesn't even use a lens. And again, it is within my means. Might I ask you to craft one for me? While I can only offer you the meager stipend our association receives from the Studium in exchange, I hope you'd consider it. You have my sincerest thanks. Now then, there is little time to waste. I've already requested to use the space, so let us make our way to the workshop. According to my calculations, we should have just enough in the way of funds to craft a star lens. The question that remains, however, is if it will be powerful enough to aid me in my pursuit. If only he were here. If it isn't Jude! You're looking gloomy as ever. Eek! Who's there? Oh, it's you, Jeromir. Have you finally decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy? I know not which Jeremy you're referring to, but this one shines brighter than any of those so-called stars you gaze upon. Oh no, I think I'm out of snoozes. Uh-oh. Ads incoming. Okay. You're the only Jeremiah I know. You should know that, seeing as we've been friends since childhood. Jude, I'm terribly disappointed. 10 whole years have passed since we first met. I thought you'd grow out of it eventually, yet you insist on immersing yourself in this tedious, unrewarding work. We are pupils of the Studium. It is all but blasphemy to whittle away the best of your years, stuck between dusty old tomes. That is literally why you guys are here. Now, why don't you set aside your wayward aspirations and join me in the Faculty of Literature? We might even be able to fetch you a decent-looking bride. That's not why being in literature should be your priority. I've recently joined the Poetry Lovers Club. We speak on love and life while sipping the finest of teas. Does that not sound pleasurable to you? Jeremiah, was it not you who introduced me to the wonders of astronomy? What made you lose interest in the subject? That is neither here nor there. I'm simply worried you're wasting away here, all on your own. Just promise me you'll think on it, all right? Was that your friend? I must apologize for not introducing you. That was Jeremiah, a childhood friend of mine. Ever since I could remember, we would spend our nights together, gazing up at the stars. It was a decade ago when it happened. The two of us took part in an astronomer's workshop. One night, when we were looking up at the night sky, we spotted a mysterious blue light. Concluding it was an unidentified celestial body, we immediately notified the Studium's Faculty of Astronomy. No matter how much they searched, they were unable to find the light we had seen. In the end, the Studium chalked it up to the ramblings of imaginative schoolchildren. Out of sheer frustration, we decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy, vowing to one another that we'd one day rediscover the azure body we saw that day. Jeremiah, being a summer older than I, enrolled first. When I finally entered, it was as though he were a different person. All vestiges of the old Jeremiah and the promise we made one another forgotten. I joined this faculty hoping to fulfill our dream of the decade prior. Yet, ever timid and easily cowed, I do not see how I will accomplish this alone. It was Jeremiah always leading the way. Without him, I am lost. You've got me. You are right. With your help, perhaps there is still hope. I do not know what I can do or how far I will get, but I must at least try. Thank you very much. You've done so much for me already, but I have yet to even ask your name. It's Shizune. Shizune, I'm looking forward to working with you. Yes! Faculty of Astronomy delivery is unlocked. Now. Yeah! I have the crafts done. Okay, cool. And ads are about to happen. So. Like, for realsies this time. So, I'm just gonna craft up everything during the ads. I'm so smart. And this way, when we get back from ads, we can continue with the story and be all time efficient and stuff. Anyway. Oh, at some point I should probably also grab dinner, but I'll be fine. What's gonna be really fun is I haven't sorted my inventory since that one quest earlier. And I'm making a point of not sorting it until we're done with all the crafting quests, because I want to see how much that shrinks. A bit about how we started versus how it's going. Did I even need to use veneration on this craft? I don't remember. No, I do not need to use veneration on these. Oh, damn it. It's fine. Whatever. I didn't need that good quality proc. It's fine. Everything is fine. See? Welcome back from the ads, guys. Alright, that should get us through the first two quests, at least. So, let us continue. Jude is eager to begin work on the Star Lens. Shizune, let us waste no time in getting to work. I would like to ask you to craft Star Lens braces. They are arguably the most important pieces. Okay, and now it's going to explain to me how these turn-ins work again, even though we just finished a whole quest. What stunning craftsmanship! Your talent is incredible. You are a star among stars. Okay. Thank you. Without your help, I'd have no hope of ever finishing the Star Lens. Listen here, Jude. Today I'm going to show you how to make the most of what should be the best summers of your life. Are you familiar with the concept of barbecues? Barbecues? It is a culinary practice originating from the archipelagos off the coast of the New World. Various cuts of meat are thoroughly braised over the span of half a day. Many of our peers prefer studying alone in dreary silence, but that is not so with the Poetry Club. We gather around the fire of the barbecue, discussing the finer points of literature, reciting poetry as we watch the meat smoke and sear. Perhaps the flames that sear the meat will finally ignite a fire in your heart large enough to propel you into action. At long last, you will be able to declare your undying love for that homely yet somehow so alluring girl. What do you say? Honestly, I do not know why you come to me with such a proposal. Join our Poetry Club, Jude. Just have one taste and you'll realize exactly what you're missing out on. Jaromir, you live boldly and elegantly. And like you, however, I am a solitary creature. Just the thought of eating across from another is enough to send chills down my spine. Nonsense. Surely you at least take meals with your peers. You've known him for 10 years. You should know better. You are my only friend. Hey, what about me? You jest. I never learned how to make friends. They do not teach you that at school. This is but further evidence you mustn't remain here alone and isolated. I'll continue to visit until I get that through your thick head. Jaromir never fails to impress me. He has so many friends who, unlike me, are all outgoing and full of cheer. He seems to be having so much fun. If only I could be more like him. You'll get there. You're right. Lamenting my situation will get me nowhere. Chin up, Jude. If you're always looking down, you'll forget to look at the stars. Exactly. Thank you. I feel much better now. That said, we still lack the necessary parts to complete the star lens. I still have a few things to take care of, but you'll be hearing from me again before long. Thanks to her encouragement, my heart, which was as weak as a marmot, has now grown a bit tougher. Tough enough to match pudding. Oh boy! Your heart is as tough as pudding! That's something! I'm a marginally scary individual! Hooray! Question mark? Aha! Shizune! Just the woman I wanted to see. I have another request to make of you. Would you be up to the task? Sure, I guess. Thank you. I need for you to craft what is to be the heart and soul of the star lens. You see, an ordinary telescope picks up on starlight, whereas the star lens captures ethereal flickers. This requires what is known as an ethereal lens. While, of course, materials of a high grade are important, it is the craftsmanship that determines quality, to which I turn to you. Here you go, already crafted. Have you managed to craft or finish the ethereal lenses? These are what will allow us to pick up on the ethereal firmaments in the distance. Want to see something fun? Oh, leaning that way doesn't work. Look at all those holes in the grid! Magnificent. Even to the untrained eye, it is easy to see the craftsmanship is second to none. With this ethereal lens, we will be able to detect even the most distant of ethereal bodies. Once again, I am indebted to you. We are still in the early stages of our journey, but I hope we can continue to press forward with the same amount of fervor. Jude, sequestering yourself in such confined quarters will eventually take a toll on your mental health. Come, there is fun to be had in the outside world. And what exactly does this fun you speak of entail? People, unfortunately. Allow me to illustrate. I began this morning with a splendid cup of freshly brewed coffee from the last stand. Shortly thereafter, we all gathered at Ox Landing to perform a public poetry recital. I have no poems to recite. 'Tis the spirit that counts. Poetry will help you learn to express yourself more fully, Jude. In fact, why don't you give it a try right now? Make sure you really put your feelings into it. I suppose I can try or give it a try if it means I can become a bit more like you. There once was a man named Jeromir who may or may not have been queer. He went to his friend to try to put his ambitions to end. Because he didn't understand the man's fear. How'd I do? I suppose I can give it a try if it means I can become a bit more like you. A stroll shrouded by the dark abyss, the tears that pour forth as blood-stricken rain solidify the poison that nestles in my heart. The world returns to nothingness. Oh, hi, Medion! I didn't know you'd taken on a human form. So I thought we got past that with you. I regress. Perhaps you need not delve so deeply into your feelings. That aside, now you've had a taste of what our sessions entail and what it is like to live every day to the fullest. With your grades and brain, changing faculties should be fairly straightforward. By my next visit, I expect you'll have joined the Faculty of Literature and our poetry club. While I know Jeromir intends well, abandoning my studies in pursuit of literature would mean relinquishing my dream of locating the Azure Star. You can't give up on your dreams. This message brought to you by the magical girl, the Champion of Hope. I really need to come up with a better name for her at some point, I think. I'll figure it out. You're absolutely right. The whole reason I joined the Studium and this association was to see my goals through. Thank you for always being so supportive and returning me to my senses. I just wonder why Jeromir is so unrelenting in his attempts to save me or to have me withdraw from my studies. I do not understand. Astronomy was his first love. Although we were momentarily sidetracked, I would like to thank you once again for your help. I am eager to continue our work together. With you by my side, the resolve in my heart has hardened, and I feel as though the strength of a chocobo rages within me. That's actually pretty strong. They are horse-sized chickens. I imagine their kicks must be pretty powerful. I am now an individual that takes time to warm up to strangers. Hooray! Shizune, let us jump straight into the next part of the process. I ask that you would craft another vital part of the star lens. You see, the operation of this particular type of telescope requires highly specialized magic. While I understand the mechanics behind this magic, the sheer volume required far surpasses that at my disposal. Please, might you be so kind as to craft ethereal amplifiers for me? There are no words to express how thankful I am, Shizune. Not only are you assisting me with producing the Starlands, but you continue to encourage me every step of the way. Alright. Back to crafting we go. No! I fucked up! I did it! No! I will even let me turn that in. No! And this was one I had exactly enough of. Okay, I'm just gonna buy the materials from the market board. Because, wait, do I have enough to craft another Saiga leather, maybe? No! Okay, yeah, we're going to the market board. I knew this was gonna happen. At least once. Red, pine, umber. Okay. I know there was at least one thing where I overgathered, but it was not that. Snow, Lynn, in. Oh, here we go. And then, will I be able to get one singular Saiga leather? Yes! We win these. Let's try that again, Smile. Making sure to hit that. Boop. Craft. Innovation. I'm not even gonna have a finger on any of my synthesis buttons, just quality increasing ones. There. The important button. Oh, well, it's fine. I'll do one more, just to be safe. Oh, wait a minute. Did I overgather for the... Because I've already crafted 3. I may not have had to do that. I may have 1 extra of everything. Oops! I may have panicked because of the failed craft. Or, oh no, wait a minute. One of those is probably the... That's right, I didn't throw away the fuck up. That's why it says I have one. Right? Yeah, never mind. I didn't fuck up. I mean, I did, but I didn't fuck up by buying more materials, I mean. That button, then that button, then this button. We are all good. With the ethereal amplifiers, I should finally be able to channel enough magic to operate our star lens. Yeah, because this is only showing 6 that are actually able to be turned in. Nice. Alright, and... no! My tomes! There isn't any new music or anything that I can buy. Right? Yeah, no. I ask myself this like every single time. No. Well, I guess we look at gear, although I think we have everything. This stuff isn't dyeable. I have to do Ishgard restoration to get the dyeable versions of everything in here. Maybe we're just at the point where we stop caring about purple scripts. Shizune, it's absolutely perfect. Thank you. I've just finished looking over the last delivery. We are so close to having all the parts necessary to begin assembly. Jude, today must be your lucky day. The ever-busy Jaromir has decided to grace you with his presence. You grace him with your presence like all the time, though. What are you talking about? Who are these people? No doubt they're here to extort coin from me. I must report them to the Studium guard at post-haste. Thinking aloud again, are we?
You need not worry. They are with me. In fact, they are members of the poetry group I mentioned. I brought them here so everyone could get acquainted. It's nice to meet you, Jude. She's speaking to me. Of course she's speaking to you. It is, of course, the reason we are here, is it not? Ah, you must be the craftswoman assisting Jude. Do also feel free to drop in on one of our poetry meets sometime, should it strike your fancy. I'm more into prose than poetry. But thanks. I'm so conflicted because, like, on one hand, this guy's an ass. On the other hand, if I was studying at the Studium, it would be the faculty of literature. Oops. So, what do you think? A magnificent group of people, are they not? We were just on our way to the last stand. Would you care to join us? Steady now, steady now. Jeremiah is trying to help you. He knows you have no friends and is attempting to coax you out of your shell. You really should be thankful. Truly. I mean, this is a classic case of an extrovert trying to kidnap an introvert. The problem is, Jeremiah has known him for 10 years, and he should know better. Absolutely not. So this isn't like an extrovert seeing an introvert and be like, I want to friend that person. Apologies, but I am currently in the middle of producing something known as a star lens. Perhaps another time. What is this nonsense? You're being an ass. You're being a really bad friend. Come now, Jude. Join us just this one time. Only regret awaits should you continue down this dark path. How can you say that with such certainty? Trust me, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Please, that's enough. Let us just be on our way, shall we? Just want to point out, buddy, I'm sure this wasn't on purpose for once, but those pants with your skin tone makes it look like you're not wearing pants. Having to meet new people is quite draining. I must say, however, I'm rather proud of myself. Normally, I would have been so nervous, even the thought of speaking would cause me to lose consciousness. I must be growing. You're improving. It is you I have to thank, Shizune. Your continued support has allowed me to really blossom. Now enough about me. We are so close to the finish line. With just a bit more work, the star lens will be complete. Before we proceed, however, there's one thing I must confirm. Please come back to see me when you next find the time. Thanks to Shizune, the chocobo in my heart has transformed into a mighty goblin. Huh? What does that mean? Jude is overjoyed with your efforts. He now considers you a good-natured individual. Hooray! Yeah, chocobos help with fighting. I've beaten up goblins with my chocobo before. Last we met, I mentioned there was something I needed to confirm before proceeding. This something concerned Jeremiah. Since joining the Studium, I have not had the chance to have a proper discussion with him. There is so much I would like to ask him, such as why he refuses to speak of our vow from 10 years ago, or why he insists so fervently that I drop my studies. For the longest time, I was too scared to confront him. I thought if he had truly lost interest in astronomy, maybe we wouldn't have anything in common anymore, and... Never mind. That's no longer relevant. Thanks to you and our star lens journey, I've become confident enough to face my fears head-on. I plan to meet Jeremiah and ask him what happened to the promise we made at the exact spot where we encountered the Azure Star in tranquility. But I'm positive that if I ask him to come, Jeremiah will find another clever excuse to avoid me. Please, Shizune, would you be so kind as to ask him in my stead? Yeah-huh? Thank you. You can likely find him at Ox Landing, reciting poetry with his friends. In the meantime, I will make my way to Tranquility and wait for you and Jeremy there. Oh, on the topic of chocobos, here's a poem.
Chocobos are rough, chocobos are tough, but most importantly, chocobos have fluff.
Who are you? What do you want from us?
I'm Shizune.
There you are. You're the craftswoman helping out at the Faculty of Astronomy. I take it you're not here to recite poetry?
I just did!
You're looking for Jeremir. Sure, I can point you in his direction, but you have to do something for me first. You see, there's this girl. She spurned my advances a few days ago. No is a complete sentence. I can see you are also flabbergasted to learn she rejected a dashing young man such as myself. Sir, you wear clothes so close to your skin color, it looks like you're wearing nothing but a jacket. I am not shocked at all. You are wearing pants the same color as your skin. Hurry up and tell me what you want already. Aren't we snappy? Well, I know just the thing that will elevate me from simply charming to outstanding. A set of better pants, a set of classy writing utensils. I want you to craft them for me. I will, of course, see that you are furnished with everything you need. After all, such consideration is the defining quality of a gentleman. Just ask this boy right next to me for materials. He still owes me a rather large sum of gold, and we'll see that all your expenses are covered. Let's hurry and get this over with. I cannot stand being indebted to him for a moment longer. Let me know if you need any more utensils. I should have found a way to return his skills sooner.
It's okay. I got this.
Nope. Should have done one more touch first. Alright. There we go.
All done.
I don't think this is gonna help you get the girl, but enjoy your fancy writing instruments. Once you finish crafting me my utensils, you can deliver them directly to me. Yeah? Here you go. Excellent. With this exquisite set, I will no doubt be able to produce poetry beyond that of the average club member. Sir, the type of utensil you use to write is not nearly as important as your actual skill. You could be using you could be using a literal feather dipped in, like, charcoal and water, and as long as the poetry you're writing is actually good, that's what's important. She will have no choice but to rethink her foolish decision. Again, no is a complete sentence, and maybe the fact that your attitude is like this is why she said no. Ah, right. You wanted to know where Jeremir is. You can find him at Scholar's Harbor right about this time. A real wet blanket, this one is, if you ask me. No need to say that. He's only just joined and has yet to settle in, is all. What faculty did he transfer over from again? He is certainly not going to be happy if I told you. You're going to have to ask someone else. Sounds to me like he's harboring a few secrets then. Yes, the utensils you crafted are superb. Rather than dallying about admiring your handiwork, however, you'd best hurry to Scholar's Harbor if you want to catch Jaromir. The mystery grows steeper. I wonder what happened to Jaromir at his previous faculty. Do not worry. They are in good hands, are they though? Now, I suggest you hurry. Jaromir isn't going to be at Scholar's Harbor for much longer. Good luck to the girl who you're trying to pursue. In evading your advances. Oh, it's you, the craftswoman working with Jude. What can I do for you? I want to talk to you about Jude. You want to speak with me regarding Jude? Very well, I suppose I can spare a few moments if it concerns our dear friend Jude. Shall we talk here, or did you wish to speak in private elsewhere? Tranquility. I'll be on my way then. He may also be kind of stupid considering the fact that that isn't immediately setting off red flags for him. Gosh, Tranquility. That's where Jude and I made our promise all those years ago, haha. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Apparently. So, what exactly did you wish to speak with me about? I see. I suspected as much. Okay, so he's not completely stupid. Of course I should have known you'd be suspicious. You have always been 2 steps ahead of me. Even so, you still came. And I have words for you that have been left unsaid for far too long. Jaromir, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? So you know I once presided there. It would be odd if I didn't. Surely even you knew you wouldn't be able to feign ignorance for long. I ask you again, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? 10 years ago, we made a vow at this very spot. We swore together we'd search for and find the Azure Star together. Why would you renege on our promise now? Have you come to hate astronomy? Me? Hate astronomy? Ha! Please, do not be silly. Finding that star meant the world to me. You will also be forced to face the truth one day, just as I have. Allow me to warn you before it is too late. I am but 1 summer older than you. I shed blood, sweat, and tears to ensure I'd be able to earn a place to study at the Studium. I kept silent about which faculty I was to enter because I had hoped to make some progress toward our goals and surprise you with it once you joined. Upon hearing members were free to use the telescope any time, I joined the Classical Astronomy Association. I planned to devote all my spare time to our investigation. For several months, day in and day out, I took that telescope and observed every last corner of the sky without fail. To my utter despair, I was unsuccessful in ever locating the Azure Star. Even so, I refused to give up on our dream. I thought perhaps a more powerful telescope was required. And so after much negotiating with my professors, I was granted leave to use the finest equipment available in the Studium. Yet for all my effort, all my planning, I could find not so much as a glimmer of that bloody star in the night sky. I grew more weary by the day and was eventually forced to come to a harrowing realization. The azure star does not exist. It never did. Just as the scholars at the Studium told us back then, we imagined it. The azure star doesn't exist? If in fact what you say is true, then why not tell me sooner? Same as me, finding that star meant everything to you. How could I possibly tell you that? If the azure star doesn't exist, then what have I been working towards this whole entire time? I understand your feelings better than you know. Forgetting about it will take time, but it can be done. You're just running away. Promise me, however, you won't forget this, Jude. I am and always will be your friend and ally. My life, without the azure star giving me direction and purpose, is meaningless. What am I to do? What do you want to do? Yes, you're absolutely right. Letting someone or something determine my life's path is the easy way out. I'm the only one that can decide what's right for me. Let's return to Maker's Meat. There's something I would like to investigate. Also, you're gonna give up on the possibility of other astronomical discoveries just because you couldn't find one star? Asteroid? Whatever it was? If even Jaromir was unable to find it, there is a good chance the azure star truly does not exist. There is, however, one other possibility. There is a chance it is out there, just not observable with the tools that were at his disposal. The journey we're about to embark upon is about as dark and uncertain as a flight through the starless night sky. I've done that before. Regardless, I shall not give up. This is a dream I've pursued for a decade. I cannot walk away without a fight. Alone, I would have no hope of continuing Jaromir's work. But with you by my side, perhaps I can accomplish that which even he has not. Shizune, may I count on your continued assistance? Well, I can't leave you to your own devices, can I? I knew I could count on you. Thank you, Shizune. Once I have everything sorted, let us begin production post-haste. Her continued encouragement has really lit a fire in my heart. I feel as fierce as a bomb. So you've gone from Chocobo, goblins, who are most famous for their use of bombs and firearms, to just a bomb. I feel like we're not really moving forward here. What am I to you now? What kind of individual am I to you? Wait, did I miss the thing? Oh, right, this wasn't an actual thing that increases my esteem with him. Right. What do you say we pick up where we left off, Shizune? Where traditional telescopes gather light to project an image, the star lens captures etheric glimmers and casts that onto the surface of water, hence making stargazing possible. As I was constructing the star lens, I realized I was missing the very piece that would allow me to do just that. This is where I will need to, once again, borrow your seasoned hands. Might you craft some ethereal conductors for me? Once these are finished, there will be but one thing left to do. I'm gonna be honest, this feels like it should have been a Goldsmith quest series because, like, okay, maybe remember, these quests are for carpenter, weaver, and leather worker, but we're making, like, something that projects things into a pool of water, I guess? And it's all, like, lenses and amplifiers and writing utensils and stuff that's usually more crafted by Goldsmith in this game. So it just feels a little, like, I like the story, it just feels a little confused in its identity in terms of crafting related stuff. Oops. There we go. Go. Yeah, that. And then that. Two more. Last one. Alrighty. I'm counting on you to make me some ethereal conductors. They will allow me to project the ether captured by the star lens onto water. Yep, here you go. You have my gratitude. Truly, I am blessed to have crossed paths with a craftswoman such as yourself. I believe our fateful union is what shall lead us to the rediscovery of the Azure Star. Excellent. Now I have nearly everything I need. Just one last piece and we'll be one step away from a complete star lens. Even if I am unable to find the Azure Star, meeting you has taught me the importance of perseverance. It is a lesson I shall never forget. Oh, what am I saying? Of course I will find it. I must. It is a dream I have spent the last decade pursuing. Exactly. Keep up the good work. Yes, I will continue to give it my all. When you find the time to craft the final missing piece, please come and find me. I will be here eagerly awaiting your visit. Thanks to her support, the fire in my heart grows by the minute. In fact, it feels almost as though Ifrit has taken up residence within me. Finally, something that feels like a step forward. Friend, he can confide in. Hooray! Jude hopes to speak with you before completing the star lens. Oh, I didn't even realize we were on the level 90 quest already. Nice. Thanks to you, the completion of the star lens is in sight. Without you by my side, I would have no doubt given up before the journey even began. And I speak not just of finding the Azure Star, but also confronting Jaromir as to why he quit astronomy. Words are not enough to express my gratitude. Now, here we stand at the finish line, and I have one last request to make of you. Channeling magic into the star lens requires a wand. Would you please craft one for me? Once again, this feels more like a goldsmith-related thing, but okay. I guess carpentry is the closest. But, oh well, I did Weaver because when I was trying to decide what to level up, this was the thing that was the highest level. And I was a smidge desperate because I kind of slacked off on leveling while I was on break from streaming 14. And then I realized, oh shit, I should probably like get this shit sorted out in time so that I could do crafting and gathering quests right when I got back to 14. Have you finished crafting the final piece? Here you go. It's absolutely perfect. Now that I have the necessary parts, all that's left to do is search for the Azure Star. When that time comes, might I be so bold as to ask you to join me? There is also one other individual I wish could be there. That being said, there is no guarantee that the Azure Star even exists. I do not wish to disappoint them again. Even so, I would like to search the skies once again with Jaromir. After all, it was a dream we've shared for a decade. Not at least asking would be a form of betrayal in itself. Given the time, he is most likely at Ox Landing reciting poetry with his friends. As soon as I finish putting everything together, I will go straight there. Please wait with Jaromir for me at Ox Landing. Alrighty. What are you looking at? Oh, you're just in the same thing you used to before. All right. Thanks to the exquisite utensil set you crafted for me, she has finally started to take an interest in me. Are you looking for Jaromir again? That's unfortunate. Because that's not how that works. Ah, it's you again. I apologize, but we have nothing more to discuss. You may have nothing more to say, but I have plenty. Jude. The star lens that Shizune and I have been working on is now complete. It would mean the world to me if you came to watch me begin my search for the Azure Star. I'm sorry, Jude. I'm afraid that is something I cannot do. What do you mean, you cannot? This is your childhood friend we're talking about. You should go with him. If the Azure Star truly doesn't exist, isn't it your duty to be by his side when he learns the truth? You don't understand. I searched for a decade for that star. It is nowhere to be found. A decade? Surely you jest. What an absolute waste of time that was. To think you were this close to throwing out all the best years of your life chasing a figment of your imagination. If such a thing existed, the top academics in the Faculty of Astronomy would have already found it. Did you not even take that into consideration? By the gods, you must be even dumber than a sack of rocks. Hey. You. How dare you speak such atrocities? Huh? Are you talking to me? You, nor anyone else, has the right to ridicule us. Threaten and laugh at me all you like. I will not, you will not strip me of my dream. Then maybe what you need is some sense knocked into you. Hey, fuck off. I'd strongly recommend against that. You see that craftswoman there? She's an adventurer from overseas, and certainly not someone you want to pick a fight with. Even you don't stand a chance. You'd best watch your back. You're an opera. You should know damn well that that's what my horns are for. Jude, in all our years together, I don't think I've ever seen you so upset, much less speak up the way you did. I'll admit it surprised me, or I surprised myself a little. Heart is still pounding. I just couldn't let it go when I thought about everything you had invested. The audacity he has to utter such words. I lived, ate, and breathed that dream. When I discovered there was no hope of fulfilling it, the despair that overcame me was beyond words. I felt worthless. That is why I could say nothing earlier. Even if some of the members of the poetry club are a little rough around the edges, this is the only place I have. When we were children and I was crying because I did not fit in with the others, you invited me to join you in stargazing. You gave me a place to belong in this world. And now I'm asking you to join me in that place once more, gazing up at the skies. Very well, but this will be it for me, Jude. Then let us make our way to Scholar's Harbor. I must first return to the workshop and retrieve the star lens. So I will meet you, or meet the two of you there. To think that Jude has changed so drastically and in such a short span of time. It seems what he needed was not someone to take him by the hand, but rather coax him forward from behind. And we will continue this after the ad break. That being said, I can at least run over there before ads start, and then I'm gonna go grab food during the ad break. So yeah, because I've eaten today, don't worry, but I haven't had dinner yet. And oh, there we go. So yeah, I'm gonna put up the BRB screen and I will see you guys after the ads. we're back, and I have ravioli. So, let us go. And continue with this quest. That might need to be my grip a little bit more. Well, I am surprised to see how much Jude has changed. That does not change the fact that the Azure Star does not exist. We'll see about that. And there we go. Let us begin then. So this is the star lens. It doesn't look like much. "10 years ago, on that fateful day, we were attempting to observe the constellations aligning with the fifth heaven's gate. I will begin by positioning the star lens in the same manner. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The stars can be seen with such clarity. However, the azure star we saw back then does not shine among them. Not that I expected anything different. After all, one cannot see, even with state-of-the-art technology, that which does not exist. You did well, Jude. The star lens is quite an impressive piece of work. Wait! It is for this exact reason the amplifier exists. Or do we need more? I hope. Yeah! Jude, I want to believe it exists just as much as you, but... You say but, and yet you still help. Zoom and enhance, yeah. It exists. It's there somewhere, right before our very eyes. Please, reveal to us your brilliance once more, just as you did 10 years ago. Maybe it's not a star, maybe it's an asteroid and you're looking in the wrong part of space. Jermir, look, it's real. It truly does exist. We didn't imagine it. It's real. Why did I give up so easily? Jude, you're extraordinary. Shizune, it is all thanks to you that our decade of hard work did not go to waste. Which reminds me, did you see where Jaromir wandered off to? He was with us when we entered the Studium grounds. Look at him! Ah, yes, this feels much better. Now that's more like the Jaromir I know. Shizune, wouldn't you agree this style suits him better? Than him going around acting like a fop? Yes. It looks good. Yeah! That's some nice fabric. Damn. Yeah? Thank you. I've finally come to realize that simply transforming my appearance does not change who I am on the inside. Neither does acting like being a... God, how do I word this? Acting like a snobby, materialistic dude who only cares about boys, or whoops, only cares about girls. Maybe not whoops. Only cares about girls and appearances and stuff and the aesthetics of your life, and not pursuing your passions and being true to yourself. Yeah. But that is neither here nor there. What I wish to talk about is the Azure Star. There is something about it that has been niggling at the back of my mind. How is it that you succeeded with an ancient lens made of water, where the latest, most advanced equipment of the Studium failed, because one relied on sight and the other relies on ether? Not everything is visible to the naked eye. Ah, of course! The star lens allows us to see by capturing not the light of stars, but their ether, correct? I see. You believe that, due to how far away the Azure Star resides from us, a traditional telescope would have trouble capturing the light it emits. The star lens, meanwhile, can capture an image of its ether, the very life force of the star. I can scarcely imagine how much further our technology must advance for telescopes to perceive with such distant celestial bodies. Strange, then, that we were able to see the Azure Star all those years ago. How do you suppose we accomplished such a feat? At the time, we were using a toy crafted for children. The lens, contrary to proper telescopes, was made from low-quality crystal. The ether of that crystal lens is likely what allowed us to pick up on the star's glow. But after we reported what we saw, the Faculty of Astronomy conducted their own observations under similar, if not identical conditions, and found nothing. What if the intensity of its ethereal emissions is prone to periodic fluctuations? An ethereal cycle, if you will. It stands to reason that night 10 years ago, the Azure Star had reached its peak. A brief, miraculous window wherein the star's ether was such that we could catch a glimpse with our crystal lens telescope. Incredible. As always, Jaromir. Incredible as always, Jaromir. You've always been very sharp. Sharp or not, my abilities pale in comparison to your sheer drive, Jude. Thanks to said drive, we have rediscovered an alternate means of viewing stars in the night sky. And if your theory is correct, then that means there are far more stars out there than we ever suspected waiting to be discovered. It would certainly seem that way. This may very well revitalize and revolutionize the field of astronomy. Then let us continue working together to find them, Jaromir. Let us continue to breathe life into the dreams of those two young boys from 10 years ago. Jude, you forget I am no longer with the Faculty of Astronomy. Then why did you change clothes? You can transfer back. In case you've already forgotten, I'm a rather persistent fellow. I waited this long, I can stand to wait a bit longer for your return. I cannot argue with that. Never did I think when we began this journey that it would come to such a spectacular end. Thank you once again, Shizune. While our time together was short, it was incredibly fruitful. I am devastated to have to say goodbye. We, however, shall continue to reside under the same stars. Oh, I see. We, however, shall continue to reside under the same stars. When I want to remember our time together, I will simply look at the look to the skies. I pray we will meet again. You shall always remain a treasure and true friend of mine. The fires of Ifrit, nay, the Phoenix, have taken up residence in my heart, where they will continue to burn forevermore. This guy totally had a chuny phase when he was a teenager, didn't he? Sure, why not? Yeah, that's all the crafters! Jude is deeply moved by your efforts. He now considers you a treasured and trusted friend. All right, now for the fun part. You see this? You see? My inventory? Reminder, this is how much inventory space I had in the beginning of the stream. And now look at that. Beautiful. We love a clean inventory. Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to talk to everybody who's in here. Get their little post questline dialogue. Gazing upon the night skies with Jaromir by my side takes me a decade back. How grateful I am to not have given up. While I may be one of many Jaromirs that exists upon this star, I am the one that shines the brightest. Shizune, have you heard? The Faculty of Medicine has acknowledged the contribution of gourmet foods to our culture and has commissioned research into recipes from across the world. As for the last stand, we're seeing more customers than ever. It's like the beginning of a revolution for Charlian cuisine, and I'll be doing my part to make sure we keep this momentum going. Infusing the dish with a rich, savory flair will require isolating the relevant property in cheese and then... Nay, mayhap a more efficient method can be found with kelp? Nothing against kelp, but go with the cheese. It's yummy and less vegetal. I'm gonna microwave my spaghetti and cheese, my ravioli. Give me like 2 seconds, guys. Also, my electric kettle has been flashing at me for hours now. I think it's eager at me. Maybe not. Why are you being weird? Anyway. It's time for the Fisher quests. And based on how things are going, maybe this won't take me all night. Okay, let's take a moment to observe how empty and desolate this looks right now. Poor guy. He's just like staring at his workstation. Fear the thesis. Tlakatia could use a helping hand with his research. Could it be? Yes, you must be the gleaner I've heard so much about. Let me get straight to the point. Why am I stopping him? I like it. I like that he's getting straight to the point. Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Tlakatia, and I'm an associate professor at the Faculty of Etherology here. To tell the truth, I'm in a bit of a bind. I'm scheduled to make a major presentation at a conference in the near future, but as ashamed as I am to admit it, I've not been able to get enough data to properly finish my thesis. If I'm unable to prove the worth of my research, then my funding is all but certain to dry up. As you can see, the stakes are high. You have the look of an adept angler about you, am I right? If so, you could be just the person I need. This section here is one I've rented out for my work. Might I interest you in taking a look? Impressive, isn't it? But you've never laid eyes on such a fine fish tank before. Sadly, as you can see, it's entirely devoid of fish. Anyhow, I suppose I should tell you about my work. You see, I research water veins. Not just any old ones, mind you, but those that carry ether. Not unlike the life stream, or the etheric currents in the wind. Life is naturally drawn to areas abundant in ether, which is why you might observe that popular fishing spots are often also ether-rich. My research focuses in particular on veins which carry especially high concentrations of ether. Currents commonly known as spectral currents. Are you perchance familiar with the phenomenon? I've heard of it. Yeah. Also, technically I have seen one, yeah. I just realized, because that's what we get during ocean fishing. Oh, I'd expect nothing less from a veteran gleaner. I must say, it's always nice to meet someone familiar with the subject of my life's work. In any event, the most important point to remember is just how important ether currents are for aquatic life. To look at it the other way, it is possible to identify how strong the local ether currents are by studying the fish and other aquatic life in any given area. And that's where we come full circle. I require specimens of fish from various bodies of water to confirm my hypothesis regarding underwater ether currents. And there's the rub. The areas most worth researching also happen to be the hardest to reach. Of course, I would not be averse to risking the journey myself if only it were not for my condition. Condition? Yes, I suppose I should explain. Put simply, I have long suffered from a particularly nasty case of ether sickness. Why, I can't even use the etherite or any sort of teleportation magics. Quite annoying when your work partially depends on such things, to say the least. That is rough. I know. An etherologist who can't stomach ether. I wouldn't believe it were I not living this nightmare myself. But perhaps you are skeptical. I have an idea. Follow me to the Etherite Plaza, and I'll show you just how bad I've got it. No, it's fine. I believe you. That's not the issue. Or at least it shouldn't be. Gonna om-nom on food while we walk over there. Wait. Wrong way. Oh, I teleported to the wrong place. Whoops. Ah, there you are. All right, watch closely now. Ugh. Are you okay? You see, I'm feeling so queasy, it's all I can do to hold down the contents of my stomach. Ugh, the whole world is spinning. Someone make it stop. What is this? Forgive me. The sparkle sounds to simulate him vomiting is wild. Also gross. Well, there you have it. My condition has manifested itself all over the ground for you. I say, Tlaka, are you quite all right? Professor Neal, I see your condition's as bad as ever. One would think you'd avoid a place like this. And you. Are you perchance assisting Tlaka with his research? The boy may suffer from terrible ethereal sickness, but as a scholar, he has as much potential as anyone I've seen. You develop an eye for these things when you've been in academia for as long as I have. But I must be on my way. I very much look forward to reading your finished thesis, Tlaka. Did I mention that I don't handle pressure particularly well? I've barely written the introduction to my paper, and Professor Neal is already selling it up to his peers. How can I possibly live up to his expectations? Incidentally, Professor Neal is one of the leading authorities in the world of etherology. Some would even say he's the equal to Master Matoya. And for some reason, he seems to have taken a liking to me. He's the one who pushed for the school to allow me to form my own research team as the first in trial phase of a program to support young scholars. Otherwise, a humble associate professor such as myself would never be able to conduct such an ambitious project. And yet, I run the risk of losing everything if I don't turn my potential into actual results at the upcoming conference. Not only would my own research team be disbanded, but there's a high likelihood that Professor Neal's program would be terminated, meaning that no other young scholar would ever again receive the opportunity I did. The very future of the Studium is at stake. Part of me wishes I could just drink my worries away. Sadly, I handle alcohol about as well as I handle ether. I may not be good at dealing with ether or pressure, but one thing is certain. For Professor Neal's sake, I must not fail. I cannot. And so I beg of you, pray help me. There is no one else to whom I can turn. Leave it to me. You're lucky you're hot. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You are a shining beacon of hope for all young scholars here in Charlian. Now, let us head back to Searcher's Meet, so we can get to the task. I shall meet you back at my office. Alrighty. Now, unlike him, I can use the etherite. Shizune, I was just compiling a list of fish that I'll be needing for my research. Let me know when you're ready to get fishing. I'll fill you in on exactly what I would ask you to do. Talakatia is in dire need of some data. All right then, shall we get started? To review, I require samples of aquatic life, from various bodies of water, that I might analyze them and ascertain the current state of the respective region's underwater ether currents. Before I send you off to far-flung locales, I would like to gather data from somewhere nearby. Collecting samples from a stable, controlled environment like Labyrinthos should give me a good basis with which to compare any future findings. To that end, I'd like to ask you to catch me some giant ether lice, and a fair share of them to ensure a representative sample size. According to my preliminary research, they swim in abundance near the Phreatic conduit, and have a noted fondness for gold salmon roe. Alrighty. And I need 6 of them, right? Yep. Alright. Do I need the golden salmon roe, though? Or can I just use the versatile lure? Oh. He said... near the Phreatic conduit. Let's see here. I have no idea where that is. Okay. Zoom and enhance. Okay. So this way. Add this to the list of reasons to do these quests after doing MSQ. Being able to fly is real nice, especially for the gathering quests. Now, yeah, let's see if I can get away. Whoop. With using versatile lure for this. They are in here. All right, that's one down. And right, I forgot. The quest tracker is counting how many I've turned in, not how many I've caught. So that's cool. Very neat of you, game. Yeah, there's a reason I saved this quest line for last. Because I really like it. And it's like the only one... I mean, the star one from... that we just finished does kind of tie in with MSQ a little bit, but I feel like this is the only one that actually is like, hey, something changed because of MSQ, and like we're addressing that now. Every now and then we get a class or role quest that addresses something that I feel like maybe should come up in MSQ. Another good example is the Bard quest in Stormblood, which I bring up all the time. You did it too because you didn't want to fish? I mean, that's fair. At least ocean fishing exists as a quick and easy way to level up Fisher for those of us who don't want to, like, be spending a bunch of time doing leaves or whatever. Road to 90, you don't even need to? That's neat. Eventually you're going to get caught up with MSQ and you won't be able to rely on Road to 90 as much anymore, though, so, you know. That's fair. Although, once you're close to leveling up, then, at least if you're like me and you don't like things going to waste, you run into a new problem called, oh fuck, I hope I don't end up wasting this experience. One of my handful of nitpicks about Shadowbringers is that quest that requires you to finish doing your role quest. Because it's a level 89 quest that requires you to complete a level 90 quest. Or, I'm sorry, it's a level 79 quest that requires you to do a level 80 quest. And it gives experience because it's a level 89 quest. Which meant, back when Shadowbringers was current, and level 80 was the level cap, that was wasted experience unless you had the foresight to level up more than one job. Which not everybody does. I mean, I level up 2 jobs as I'm doing MSQ now, but that's because MSQ and side quests give so much experience, and I don't like I said, I don't like wasting experience, so I need something to soak up the extra. One more. Also, Luca, do you want to sit on my lap? He's just like sitting on the arm of my chair, butting his head into my shoulder. There, I can fish one-handed. I can give attention to you with the other. Oh, I've been abandoned. Well, yeah, because, like, if I need 2 jobs to soak experience on my main, even without any kind of experience boosts, I can only imagine how many jobs you have to go through with Road to 90. Actually, I do kind of know that because I did a Realm Reborn with Road to 80. I can't remember. Was I already in Heaven's? Yeah, I transferred over to Ether when I was still in a Realm Reborn because it made doing the when I was in the patch quest because it made organizing people for alliance raids a lot easier. And then we did the Realm Reborn ones with 18 people, and then eventually I realized we could lower it to 15 and still be fine. That's the last one. Excellent. Okay. Back to Old Charlian. Have you had any luck catching those lice? If not, I'd suggest heading to the Freydic conduit with some gold salmon roe in your tackle box. I'm good. That is what your fishers call it, yes? How do you not know that? What? Oh no! I forgot to have my collector's glove on! Oh, we have to do that all over again! It'd be nice if there was a reminder of that game. Give me my decent experience first. Oh, I can't even decent fix this? Bullshit! All right. Back to Labyrinthos, I guess. Well, I have it turned on now, so go back to our little spot. Right. Whoop. Here. And I'm gonna sit. There we go. I'm gonna have to do this all over again. I might as well be comfy for it. At least I can still get decent experience out of these things. So I'm getting, yeah, I'm getting something out of it. Well, you know what? If I can turn these in for scripts while I'm at it, why not? Potentially, anyway. Now the question is, what level is my fisher going to be by the time I finish these quests? Because even with ones that aren't based off of RNG, minor culinarian, goldsmith, and they all got to level 92, and Weaver ended up at 93. It'll definitely be interesting to see what we end up at. yeah, excited for this upcoming week. We're gonna do the raids. We're gonna do the dungeons. I would like to, probably on Dungeon Day, also squeeze in finally unlocking the allied societies. And then it's on to 6.1. I think it's part of that experiment I'm going to, or about like how high my fishing level is going to be. I'm going to hold off on turning in these top minnows and stuff until after I've completed the level 90 quest. Because that's going to be like supplemental, why not shit, not actually part of the experiment. Come on, I just need 3 more of these ether lace. I beg. Yes. Okay, I beg 2 more times. You give. Give? No. Please? There we go. Once again, I have boy. I have my little cancer survivor boy. Oh yeah, I should probably post something about that in the Discord, huh? Last week was just very busy and exhausting for me. so I did not think to post that. But and then I'll probably close down the Luca updates channel because I'm not collecting updates about that anymore, and I kind of need the closure. And hopefully we won't need something like that again for a very long time. Alright, so that's level 91. Hey, nice! So now we're done with this for realsies. But I will have to turn these in after the ad break. There's 6 seconds left to return. I'm just gonna wait. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna BRB and I'll see you guys after the break. Oh. Alright, we're back. Alright. Now, let's try that again. Except properly this time. Now, this is a remarkable catch. Impressive specimens like these will give me even more quality data. I can't thank you enough. What am I to him now? An amazing angler? Thanks to your efforts, I've been able to compile a full set of reference data. Now we can finally get started on spots further afield. But before that, I haven't yet explained my research to you in detail, have I? Simply put, there's a certain hypothesis I want to prove. In my studies over the years, I have come to believe that much like the tide ebbs and flows with the phases of the moon, so too do the underwater ether currents that cover our entire planet. When the concentration of ether in any given current changes, aquatic life in the area grows more or less abundant, which ultimately affects the currents of the ocean itself. My hope is that, if I can prove this and accurately predict these changes, we might theoretically identify the best times for fishing, and even know when it's safest to navigate the seas. Needless to say, it would be a major breakthrough, and I'm one step closer to realizing it all, thanks to you. Ah, Tlaka. It looks like your research is progressing well. Professor Neal, I heard that your friend here had started gathering samples for you, so I brought a few choice tomes with me that might serve to point you in the right direction. As always, you are too kind, Professor. I can't thank you enough. Don't mention it. When the time comes that your research bears fruit, that will be all the thanks I need. Your mind for developing compelling hypotheses has always impressed me. You lacked only for a skilled gleaner to help you overcome the limits of your affliction. I will be watching this new partnership of yours with great interest. Phew. Why, that actually wasn't so bad. Just having you around has already taken a huge weight off my shoulders. Up until now, Professor Neal's confidence in me only made me feel pressured to deliver something that I wasn't even sure I was capable of. But now I've finally started to make some tangible progress, and it's all because of you. For the first time, I feel like I may have a bright future in academia after all. Glad I could help. Yes, I have a feeling everything is going to go swimmingly. No pun intended, as long as you're by my side. Palakatia is pleased with your efforts. He now considers you a dependable fisher. Okay. That's not as fun as what I said, but... Oh. Hello? You're not what I was catching, are you? That's awful. Palakatia has high hopes that your partnership will bear fruit. Oh, hello again. It doesn't look like a louse. What is that? It's a fish! Of some kind, allegedly. Can't you tell? Did you notice the fish tank, by the way? I went ahead and put one of my research specimens in it. Quite the looker, wouldn't you say? Kill it now. But Ash, this isn't any worse than anything you encounter in Subnautica. I tell you, so many things have fallen into place ever since you showed up. I'm having the time of my life analyzing all this data. I mean to continue my analysis of ether lice, of course, but I will task another gleaner with such mundane tasks. Instead, I'd like to make full use of your skills by having you visit an area I've long been fascinated with. I missed that you said it belongs in Subnautica. True. I was more focused on your declaration that I should kill it immediately. Set it on fire. Destroy it. I speak of the ocean surrounding Favnir. I have a reason to believe there was a significant change in the ether currents in those waters that occurred around the time of the calamity. Professor Neal shared with me some data from 20 years prior, and I would compare it with current data to ascertain if I am correct. The waters around Favnir, you see, have long been one of the focal points of Professor Neal's research. I wish to study them more to honor his work, whilst also using it as a starting point for my own. Before you go, however, a word of warning. Ever since the calamity, the region is notorious for shipwrecks. I realize that you are a seasoned professional, but I fully understand if you do not want to take on the risk. I almost didn't return from my voyage on the Siren Song Sea. So the rumors were true. Still, you could always fish off the island's coast. I reckon there wouldn't be much risk in that. Anyhow, I'd like you to fish the same species that Professor Neal studied 20 years ago. To wit, the Garjana wrasse? According to the books the professor gave me, they live near the Great Runoff and are known to enjoy nibbling on shrimp balls. That should do it. Be safe out there, yes? Okay, Great Runoff. Is that going to be near the Great Work? I guess I'm about to find out. This is something that's going to show up on the map, right? It wouldn't be down here. This is a level, what, 83 quest? Yeah, it's not going to be on this side of the map. So, where is this Great Runoff? Nope, it's not going to show me on there. Oh, it's by the Perfumed Rise? Okay, here's coordinates. Because, of course, there's no actual picture on this wiki. Okay. It's 10.5, 22.4. Oh, no, it is, like, here. Okay. If I cast my line in here, is it going to tell me? Well, it's not going to tell me what it's called until I actually catch something. But this is basically what the wiki says, so yeah. Just say off the docks of the Great Work. That's easier. Yes, this is the Great Runoff. Okay, and I'm gonna have a little sit. For anybody who didn't know, if you're fishing and you type /sit, you can sit on a little stool. I do wish you could personalize the stool, or at least pick from a couple different ones, but... Stool! No sitting, but I want to sit. Also, it's fun. Fine. Okay, I see how it is. The desk has risen. Now you're making me hydrate and stretch. Let me set my timer first, because I'm actually going to remember to do that. Let me start the timer. Okay, we are started. Stretchy and stretchy. And stretch those wrists. And stretch that wrist. All right. Oh, right. I have to hydrate. There. To be fair, standing and fishing, not necessarily the worst way of playing this game. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm fine. I think some water just went down the wrong way. Also, like, I've been talking for the last... How long has the stream been going now? Like, 5 hours? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna live dangerously for a second and maybe heat up some water to make some cocoa. Oh, is that all I had to do? What? No, I missed it! I hit the button. I swear I hit the button. Anyway, my mom got me a electric kettle for Christmas last year, and I get a lot of use out of it because, like, it means I can make instant oatmeal and like instant noodles and stuff with it, without having to use a microwave. But it has also allowed me to figure out, because it's like a fancy one where like I can set it to different temperatures. It doesn't just boil water. It's like, part of why I got it was because, you know, different teas need to be made at different temperatures, and I do sometimes experiment with tea. But I have also found what I feel is the optimal temperature for making hot cocoa, which is 160 degrees. I'd never had an electric kettle before. Before, if I wanted to make something with hot water, I'd just use like a normal kettle on a stove. But I don't have a stove in my apartment. I have now an electric kettle, a soda stream, a toaster, and a microwave with a convection oven setting. I am one hot plate from a very janky kitchen in my living room, but because I don't know if I fully told this story before, my family lives in a 3-apartment building. And when my parents first moved here, we only lived on the 3rd floor. And then they had me and they realized they did not have enough space. And so when I was 2, I believe it was partially because the woman who was living on the 2nd floor passed away. Like, they did not displace a tenant or anything like that. Present idea required? No! There are other things I would prefer. But anyway, so when I was 2, we took over the 2nd floor and we lived on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Because my parents were landlords. By accident, there were buildings in our neighborhood that were about to go into demolition court, and they knew that if they got torn down, it'd be another vacant lot that people would loiter in and deal drugs in, because that is the kind of neighborhood this was when I was little. How many of the fish I actually need do I have? 1. Awesome. Anyway, so yeah, but my parents worked from home. And also my dad was a photographer, and my mom, she's kind of lost interest in doing art, but she was like a painter and stuff. So when we moved downstairs, the upstairs mostly became like a workspace / like our TV living room that we like actually watch TV on was upstairs. But the master bedroom became my parents' office that they ran their business out of. The small bedroom on this floor was my dad's dark room. So I actually grew up, like, when I was little, sitting in the dark room watching my dad develop film and stuff. So the smell of darkroom, like photograph developing chemicals, is actually kind of nostalgic to me. And then the kitchen, my mom converted into her art studio. And this is why before I could move upstairs, there was a lot of renovation we had to do. Because A, my parents had lived here since the 80s. The 3rd floor apartment, the electricity was a fire hazard. B, it hadn't been painted in 40 years at that point. C, we had to turn the dark room back into a functioning bedroom. But this is why I don't have an actual functional kitchen in my apartment, is because no fridge, no stove or oven. There's just a sink in there because it was my mom's art studio for the longest time, and then it turned into a storage room. But yeah, and Ash, there's other things I want to put on my throne. I should actually, honestly, I should probably set up a thing on the throne, because I am using it partially for, like, if people want to add more emotes, they can throw money at that. Eventually we're going to start crowdfunding for the VTuber model. Right now I'm focusing on the panels, just because there's already money in that. But I should probably add a thing for, like, adding more animated alerts to the channel, right? Because I have ideas. I only got one emote, or one for now, because I figured the one that's eventually just going to be for follows works for... I think it was the follow one. I have to double check. But the one I got is one that works for everything, technically. But it's eventually I want to get more, like, things that are specific to certain things. I have an idea for an alert for when people donate bits. I have an idea for one for when people make me stretch and for hydrating. But yeah. How are we doing? We have 3. All right. And then when I do put something physical on the throne, it's gonna be when the Steam lens finally comes out, honestly. I didn't realize that it must have been right after Facebook acquired them, honestly, because they weren't even going by Meta at the time I got my Oculus. But I didn't realize Facebook owned them, and I kind of want out of their gaming ecosystem. And since I prefer PC VR and like having all my games through Steam, the Steam lens looks really, really good. Need 2 more. We're still at 4, right? Yeah. Now we're at 5. 1 more. Is this gonna be the last one? Did we get it? No. Oh, please, please, please. Be the right fish, please. Please, please. Pretty, please. Damn it. Yes? Yes! Okay. Cool, we're done. Have you managed to reel in any wrasse? According to my references, they live in relative abundance near the Great Runoff and favor the taste of shrimp balls. Speaking of which, how do you plan to travel to Thavner? Teleport? I suspect teleportation magics would be the most convenient way, if sadly not one available to me. In either event, do take care. Well, would you look at that wrasse? Splendid. I can scarcely wait to analyze it. But I might compare my findings with Professor Niels from 2 decades ago. I'm never done when it's crafting or gathering. I am when I finish my crafting log. Well, I dare say I've more than enough samples now. Pray wait for this moment. I'm going to ask Professor Neal to take a look. It's not every day that you ask me after me, Talaka. I trust this means that your research is coming along well. Better than I could have ever imagined. As a matter of fact, I was hoping to hear your thoughts on my latest findings. Comparing my data with yours from 20 years ago, I can say with confidence that the concentration of ether in the area did indeed show an increase around the time of the calamity. From these numbers, I would posit that smaller fish species in the area have increased in abundance several-fold. The Garjana race, in particular, is known for protecting itself from predators by creating disturbances in the surrounding ether. A population increase of such scale would undoubtedly result in a dramatic impact on its habitat. Which would go a long way to explaining the countless shipwrecks. The sheer number of these fish would surely play havoc with ships' ether compasses. Outstanding work, Tlaka. Of course, more data will be needed to prove your assertions as fact. Should it hold true, however, this could be a discovery of no small import. Come to think of it, I remember you showing considerable interest in my research into the seas around Thavner. What exactly was it that drew you to my work? Hydrate! More hydrate! Ugh! Now YouTube chat is getting in on making me hydrate? I can talk. Oh, it's just, well, I always found the figures somewhat unnatural. Call it a hunch, but I couldn't help but feel like it warranted further research. Ah, now that's the true spirit of a scholar. Even the most epic making of discoveries often started from observation of a simple irregularity or curiosity. With that intuition and power of observation, you're going to go places, Talaka. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced. Also, 3, 2, 1, and there goes my timer. I can sit again. Thank you. I hope people like my voice. I want to do video essays. I am? You flatter me, Professor. Take care not to let it go to your head. Your potential will only be stifled if you allow yourself to be content with minor progress and faint praise. Of course, Professor. I will redouble my efforts and work harder than ever to deliver results. And on that note, I'd best get to work summarizing my findings for inclusion in my thesis. If I am able to identify an explicit correlation amongst the post-calamity change in ether concentration, the explosion of the fish population, and the increase in shipwrecks, it will go a long way toward proving my theory correct. Of course, I'll be needing more fish specimens before that can happen. Fair warning, I might have to send you to even more hazardous locales. And yet I'm sure you're up to the challenge, yes? Splendid. I swear this is the most invigorated I've ever felt about my research. Now, where to start? Don't worry, buddy. At this point, part of my job description is stopping. Would it be Apocalypse at that point? When it's multiples of them? Is that the multiple of Apocalypse? Apocalypse? Let's just say I'm, being involved with world-ending events is old hat for me. You don't need to worry about sending me someplace dangerous to fish. Talakatia is has an unquenchable thirst for data. Ah, hello again. I truly can't thank you enough. The samples you've provided me with have allowed me to make incredible progress in my work. As it happens, I actually just decided on the next specimen I'd like to ask you to procure. You see, I've essentially completed my analysis of the currents surrounding Thavner. I must say, it's been most enlightening. Next, I would ask you to travel to a place where we have no pre-existing data. To wit, I mean to research the currents in Garlemald. We've been unable to even set foot in the region until now, which means that gathering data there could lead to a truly revolutionary discovery. After all, we still have no idea how the underwater ether currents there are connected with those in the other regions. Alas, lacking data from years past, it won't be such a simple task to identify the changes that have occurred over the decades. I do, however, have an idea how we might get around that. The answer, my friend, is shellfish. Studying the growth lines within their shells should allow me to draw some conclusions about how their habitat has changed over time. After carefully pursuing Professor Neal's tomes, I've come to the conclusion that Garlean clams would be particularly suitable as a research specimen. Do you think you'd be up to the task of catching some for me? I know that place like the back of my hand. Wonderful. I'm quite confident that quality data from Garlemald is what will allow my thesis to truly begin to take shape. Ah, yes. I also read that clams exist in abundance in the area around Camp Broken Glass, and that leeches are particularly effective in luring them up from the water's bottom. Pray forgive me for asking you to travel to such a perilous location. Please, do whatever you must to stay safe. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours. My Sunday streams are generally like 6-ish hours. Tonight we have gotten the culinarian slash alchemy role quest done, and the one for carpenter. Oh god, hang on. I might need more water. Carpenter, weaver, and leather worker. And so this is the last of the the Studium quests we have left, because we did the other two this past Wednesday, or Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm gonna go to Camp Broken Glass. There we go. And yeah, I like doing content in the order that it got added to the game, because I started streaming the Final Fantasy games because I wanted to do like kind of a retrospective. I wanted to know where all of the references in Final Fantasy XIV came from. And now I'm replaying the game on a fresh character. B, I find it helps a lot with, wait, where's the fishing hole here? Oh wait, I know where it is. Here we go. B, it helps with burnout. I've helped out other Final Fantasy XIV streamers with like doing raids and stuff. And let me tell you, based on that, compared to my own experience with streaming them, spreading out the 12 fights of a raid series, and mixing it in with the Alliance raids and MSQ and everything else is a lot less taxing than trying to do all 12 fights in 1 or 2 streams. I also think it makes for nicer narrative pacing. If you look at MSQ combined with all the side content, side quests, as a big... You have 8 accounts and multiple alts? Goddamn! And I feel like it's a lot just balancing 2 characters. I have a third, but he's for science. I got him to level 15 for glamour purposes, and... you know what? For the sake of my crafting log, sure. But geez, how long have you been playing? You do it for bard performance? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Are you one of those people who sets up in like Limsa or Gridania with a bunch of characters and then just like hits a macro on your computer? Nice! I'm not into the music scene here in Final Fantasy XIV, and because it can get a little overstimulating, I actually have bard performance turned off. But I, for like 7 years, used to play an MMO called Mabinogi, and that was another game where you could like play a bunch of instruments. You could even like you had to use a little scroll. You played Mabinogi too? Okay, yeah. Yeah, you could like make little scrolls and put the notes from MIDIs in them, and then eventually they add combat capabilities to Bard in that game, so you could like in combat smash things with your lute or your lyre or whatever, and play some pretty useful little instruments. But yeah, it's a shame Nexon sucks as a company. Both at large and also just in terms of like how they maintain their games, because Mabinogi could be so much more if it was actually run properly. Same deal with Vindictus. It is such a fun game, but they put way too much focus on selling their virtual panties and not nearly enough focus on making sure their game is playable. I did not stop playing Vindictus because I stopped enjoying it. I stopped playing it because it's a dungeon crawler where literally there's no like overworld content. It's everything's in dungeons, and I couldn't get the board that loads the dungeons so that you can actually enter them to load. So I literally could not play the game. You rarely do dungeons in 14 unless you have to. That's fair. I like doing the dungeons and stuff. Honestly, on my main, I need to do roulettes more because I'm trying to get all the relics, and I have been slacking on getting tomes. Relic is my end game, and like I have the updated relic for my main, which is the important part. But in theory, once you're able to get relics, relics this expansion are an easy way of getting, yeah, the phantom relics. Because, oh, for context, for anybody who's new who's watching, I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV since A Realm Reborn. This is an alt that I am playing the game on, doing everything minimum item level, no echo, in undersized parties. But my main is caught up. It is long caught up. I am scratching at the door in excitement over 7.4. But yeah, I'm trying to get all the phantom relics on my main so that I can like have those easy like decent weapons for alt jobs. But nice. We are on ferry on this character. Yeah, I'm gonna start needing to move stuff into my saddlebag at some point. But yeah, I'm excited to hopefully be caught up with Emma or with the game. Fishing is boring, yeah. But the story, like especially the Endwalker story, I'm very critical of Endwalker. I do not think Endwalker's base MSQ is good, actually. Unpopular opinion, but I am working on a video essay about it. But I do like the Fisher story. Like the role quests are actually pretty good. I just think Endwalker should have been 2 expansions. And they should have written the combat role quests in a way that made sense with or whether you were still doing MSQ or had finished it, because the Endwalker role quests do not hold up if you've already like averted the final days. And they're like, oh my god, but these blasphemies are coming and people are transforming. It's like, no, they shouldn't be. How do we still have people turning when the Song of Oblivion isn't being sung anymore? But yeah, I think Shadowbringers is like the best expansion, or the best written expansion the game has had. I actually think Dawn Trail is better than people give it credit for, and I think it's actually written better than Endwalker, honestly. Endwalker should have been 2 expansions. The pacing is rushed. There's stuff that didn't get explored as deeply as it should have. There are parts of it that feel like it was originally being written as 2 expansions, and then they decided halfway through to have it all be in 1 expansion, and so they started rushing, and yeah. It feels like they had plans for something during the Shadowbringers patch quest that got thrown away when they were actually writing Endwalker. My standards for a good expansion of Final Fantasy XIV is that it needs to be paced properly. It needs to, like, not contradict. Like, I don't mind retconning in a story. I think Final Fantasy XIV is a really good example of well-done retconning, where it's, because retcon just means, like, retroactive contextualization, right? And A Realm Reborn did a lot of really good work in terms, like, 14 in general has done a really good job of, like, okay, here's what primals are. They're gods, right? That are being summoned by their worshippers. Actually, they're things summoned with prayer and crystals. And it doesn't have to be a god. It can also be, like, a historical figure, like King Mog, or Shiva, or King Thornton. Actually, creation magic is a thing, and that's what primals are. Here's the Echo and the Blessing of Light, and they are gifts you got from Heidelin. Actually, the Echo is not that. It's this other ancient power that you've had since, like, your previous life, and you got reincarnated, and it's like, it is literally an echo of your past powers. And the Blessing of Light is just a hodgepodge of things, including Dynamis and your ability to, like, manipulate it. So, like, retconning isn't a bad thing, but, like, when it creates inconsistencies in your lore, or, like, not even retconning, but, like, when your writing fucks up with stuff you previously established, which Endwalker kind of does, or if it doesn't, like, follow through with things you already spent a lot of time setting up, then it's an issue. And with 14 specifically, because they made the decision to reference previous Final Fantasy games, I feel like it needs to be done in a way that is, like, diegetic, where it feels like a natural part of the world building, and makes sense, because it needs to be something that is enjoyable to people who know the references and have played previous Final Fantasy games, but it also needs to be done in a way where people who haven't played those Final Fantasy games, because not everybody has played all 16 games, and there are people who their only Final Fantasy game is 14, it still needs to be enjoyable and make sense to them. And my big problem with with Endwalker is that there are places where it feels like they referenced Final Fantasy IV at the expense of referencing other Final Fantasy games. It feels less like they diegetically are referencing it, and more like 14 is cosplaying as Final Fantasy IV. Like, okay, Tower of Zot, sure, why not? We'll keep that, and the sisters. But then you get to Garlemald and the Tower of Babel, which was a dungeon in Final Fantasy IV as well. And historically, Garlemald has always been a reference to Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy XII. The Magitech are from Final Fantasy VI. The armor that the Legatus armor in 14, that is a callback to the Judge armor in Final Fantasy XII. Xenos is partially a reference to Vayne from Final Fantasy XII, because he is the prince of an invading military, and the crown prince at that, which is why Xenos, and he's also got the long hair and stuff, and, like, Vayne is has dark hair and a different hairstyle, but, like, if you put Xenos and Vayne side by side, you can kind of see it. But that is why Xenos is the Legatus of the 12th Legion. Which is something I wish that they'd explored a little bit more in 14. But yeah, so honestly, if I thought, especially because if you look at the benchmark trailer for Endwalker, it looks like they are making a Final Fantasy VI reference where you have the two Magitech going through the snow. If you put that side by side with the opening scene of 6, it very much feels like that is an on-purpose callback that they then squandered for some reason. And I honestly think the tower in Garlemald should have been based off of Kefka's tower. And maybe the bosses should have been lunar versions of the Warring Triad. Because we already fought the OG Warring Triad in Endwalker, or in Heavensward. And they could have written it where, like, if you've done those quests, you got special dialogue. Otherwise, like, you've been to Ozuslat. You've at the very least seen the statues.
So they could have just been like, oh, this is data that got sent from the 6th Legion. That's also why it's the 6th Legion that is on Oz's Law, is because of the Final Fantasy VI references up there. And Oz's Law in general is a reference to, like, the floating island from 6. But they could have done a thing where you had, like, dialogue that made sense for if you hadn't done the Warring Triad quests, dialogue that referenced it if you had done the quests, and then you fought the, like, Lunar Warring Triad, and that way the Lunar Primals wouldn't feel like something that got introduced in the Shadowbringers patch quest that then got dropped like a rock into a plot hole. Cause, like, when the way 14 is usually written, and this is another issue I have, is that Endwalker just feels like it goes against a lot of the writing conventions that were established with 14 in ways that do not work. And part of that is the point 4 and point 5 quests are supposed to be setting up for the next expansion, which means they're supposed to be introducing the stuff for the next expansion. And what do we get introduced to in the patch quests of Shadowbringers? Lunar Primals, the final days. Going back a little bit further past, or further back, the fact that the heart of Hydaelyn was Vana. And I feel like they were setting up Hydaelyn / Vana as being way more antagonistic and way less of a big good than she had previously been, because 14 has always been very good about, if they use the name of a character from a previous Final Fantasy game, you can see the DNA of that character in the 14 version. They may not be a one-to-one, they may play with them and have them be a little different, but you can still see where they got, like, why they named the character off of that previous Final Fantasy character. You know, Trial is from... in Final Fantasy XIV, you have Kryl, who is the granddaughter of Galuf, the founder of the Students of Baldesion, who are located on the island of Bal. And she is a reference to Kryl from Final Fantasy V, who is the princess of the Kingdom of, Kryl Baldesion, the princess of the Kingdom of Bal, granddaughter of King Galuf. So you can still see that DNA in there. Same thing with, like, yeah, Beganon in 14 is less incredibly evil and psycho than the 12 version. But he and his crew are still introduced as bandits who are originally antagonistic to you, because they're treasure hunters as opposed to bounty hunters. They just made them way more sympathetic in 14. Let me see. No, I am one short of what I need. I've been keeping an eye on it. These are, I'm not getting rid of the collectible fish, because I want to turn them in once I finish these quests. I'm doing a little science experiment with this of what level am I gonna be without doing any other turn-ins by the time I finish the Endwalker role quests, for Fisher. One moment. No. Oh, I need to... One moment. Let me do a bit of something real quick. I don't need all of these. That's not gonna get me anything. That's also not gonna get me anything. Yes. I mean, I started at level 90. I just want to see how close to 100 I am by the time I hit Dawn Trail. Or by the time I finish these quests. Like, how close I'm going to be to 100 by the time I finish them.
The way I've been doing the crafting quests is getting them to that expansion's level cap so that I can just do all the quests in one stream instead of breaking them down as I'm leveling up, because I think that's more entertaining for streams and stuff. So I actually am just coming back from a 2-month break from playing Final Fantasy XIV on stream. Because I finished base Endwalker and I wanted to stream the new Digimon game when it came out, and I knew I wouldn't have time to do patch quests before then. So I took a little break. I played some Nautica. I played the new Digimon game. And then this past week, I came back. I am doing the Crafter and Gatherer quests. Then this upcoming week, we are going to do 6.0 dungeons and the first raid tier. I've been playing on my main. I just haven't been streaming. So my big push is hopefully being caught up on this character in time for FanFest. I don't know if that'll be possible because it took me 2-3 months to get Dawn Trail done, but I'm gonna try. Or did I say Dawn Trail done? Endwalker took me like 2-3 months. Because yeah, I started in June and ended up not finishing until the first week of September. And it takes me at least a week to do each patch quest. Or not patch quest, but it takes me a week to get through each patch's content. I'm still sort of trying to figure out how I'm gonna pace things with Endwalker, because I'd love to keep doing... Oops. Oh. These can't be decent? Okay. Well, I'll worry about those later then. Cutscene skipper, no! My whole thing is storytelling. I am a writer, which is why I keep talking about like the writing in Endwalker and stuff and what works and what doesn't work. And that's the perspective I'm going with the video essay I'm working on, is that is part of a series I want to do called I Could Write It Better, where it's not just me being like, oh, this is bad and this is bad and this is bad. I'm also going to go into what I would do differently. How I would have written it if I had been the one to write it. And I have some really cool ideas for how I would have done Endwalker, or the story that was covered by Endwalker, I should say. Because again, I would have done 2 expansions. It almost, last one. It almost makes me a little sad because I look at how I would have written it, and then I look at what we got, and yeah. Anyway, we're in the middle of an ad break on Twitch, so I'm actually gonna hop away for like 2 seconds, just to run to the bathroom, and then we can continue with these quests. So yeah, I'll be right back. Hey, we're back! And the ads on Twitch are over. Hello, everybody. Alright. Let's go turn in those fish. Any luck finding those clams? As I mentioned, you should be able to find them in abundance right around Camp Broken Glass. And don't forget to bring a healthy supply of leeches. I've heard that Garlemald continues to be the most volatile and perilous place. I admire your courage, friend. Even were it not for my ether sickness, I doubt I could work up the nerve to go there myself. I'm capped on scripts, I know. I've stopped caring. You've done it. My colleagues will be burning with envy when they hear I've obtained a specimen from Garlemald. How can I even begin to express my gratitude? Oh, you might be wondering who this is. My research has been progressing so well of late that I've brought on a few of my students to serve as assistants and help me analyze all this data. At any rate, I cannot thank you enough for braving such hostile environs for the sake of my life's work. No one in my field has had the chance to obtain substantial data from Garlemald until now. It would be no understatement to say your contribution is historic. Needless to say, this puts even more pressure on me to deliver with my thesis. Oh dear, my stomach's starting to feel queasy just thinking about it. Ah, Talaka. Would you believe you're the talk of the Studium? Even the senior faculty can scarcely wait to hear what you are able to glean about the ether currents of Garlemald. Professor! Yes, it's all thanks to Shizune here. Without her aid, I never could have procured this most invaluable specimen. Indeed. Truly, I have not seen a partnership between scholar and gleaner bear such fruit so swiftly in a very long time. Oh, that's right. Speaking of gleaning, I meant to tell you about everything I'd learned from the clams you brought. Go on. I'm pleased to report that analyzing Garlean clams appears to have been the right call. Examining their growth lines, I was able to find specimens as old as 97 years, giving me almost a full century of data to analyze. By far, the most interesting thing I've noticed so far is the reverse correlation between the ether levels near Thavner and those in Garlemald. That is to say, over periods of time when the ether concentration was high near Thavner, it was low in Garlemald. The reverse was also true. I see. That bit of evidence could seem to corroborate your hypothesis that the planet's ether currents move in tandem with each other. Should you manage to collect data from more regions still, I suspect you may very well be able to accurately predict changes in the fish population across the world. This could have remarkable implications for the future of the fishing trade. I was thinking the very same, Professor. Nothing would give me greater joy than if my research were to bring about a tangible improvement in people's lives. Before meeting you, I never dreamed I would make it this far. But now, I feel more confident than ever that I will be able to prove my hypothesis one day. Why, I can almost see my completed thesis in my mind's eye. But I can't afford to get too complacent just yet. The most important work yet remains to be done. I am pleased to see that all is progressing well. And yet, do not be surprised if there comes a time when Talaka's resolve as a researcher is tested. A time when he is forced to consider what it is that truly drives him to engage in his work. For such times come to all scholars, no matter how naturally gifted they may be. Should Talaka find himself at an impasse, can I trust you to lend him your support when it is needed most? It would mean the world to him, and to me. Of course.
Do you have anything neat to say?
I spend all my time in Searcher's Meet these days. Frankly, I'd be willing to do anything that'd help the professor to finally finish his thesis. That's nice of you. Thanks to your most selfless contributions, I draw closer and closer to proving my hypothesis correct. Other gleaners have also been helping me by continuing to find specimens for me in calmer waters. But I would gather data from the, further and further afield, which is, of course, where you come in. Go on. Professor! Abrasi, it's not like you to get so excited. Whatever is the matter? Ah, but I haven't introduced you to yet, have I? This is Abrasi, one of my new research assistants. She's been a great help in analyzing all the data we've collected. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but this is no time for pleasantries. A whale has somehow wandered its way into Scholar's Harbor. The harbor master has requested that you come and assess the situation with all haste. Oh dear, I suppose we'd better be in a hurry then. My apologies, but it seems our work will have to wait until later. In the meanwhile, would you accompany me to the harbor? Your insight into the situation could prove most valuable. What level are we on? Still level 85? Okay. That's not the right direction. Whale sushi, no! We want to save the whale! Would have been nice if they had given us something in the overworld to see based off of this. It is a whale. I believe it was somewhere around here. Look, everyone just must be so concerned. It's not every day that a massive whale finds its way into the harbor. Oh, there it is. Why couldn't they show us that to us in the overworld? That's a breed that calls the northern seas home. It's not especially rare to see them off the coast, but I've never heard of one coming so close to land as this. It's most strange. It doesn't appear to be wounded, nor have there been any notable storms of late. Whatever might have caused it to veer so off its normal course. What indeed? At any rate, we need to move it to one of our facilities and ensure it's safe or kept safe while we tend to its wounds. It may tend to its wounds it may have, and study it more. I suppose we should check its ether levels as well. Ready a team for me, Abrasi. Of course, Professor. This may be quite the undertaking. My apologies, but our project will have to wait a while longer. Let us reconvene back at Scholars Meet and discuss the matter further. Free Willy, something like that, I guess. Oh, since you're a cutscene skipper, do you know the story behind these quests? It's actually a pretty nice one. You'll have to see. Hee. Oh, hello there. I'm so very sorry for keeping you waiting. We just finished tending to the creature's ailments and doing some preliminary analysis. As we suspected, the whale hadn't sustained any major injuries. However, it does seem to be suffering from severe ether sickness and is highly disoriented as a result. Needless to say, I can sympathize. The creature's ether levels were also cause for concern, which would explain why it wound up somewhere so far from its usual habitat. That said, we're still none the wiser as to what caused all of this. How goes it, Talaka? Oh, and Shizune, what a pleasant surprise. I've heard all about your predicament with the wayward whale. Master Kite, to what do I owe the pleasure? I was simply hoping to pick your brains about something that I imagine is related to your line of work. Around the same time your larger-than-life friend wandered into the harbor, a veritable legion of fish washed ashore in Yedlamad, near the experimental aetheryte. That sounds too similar to be mere coincidence. Curious behavior by aquatic life has been known to portend natural disasters. Yes, this strikes me as very much related to my studies. That said, nothing I have gleaned thus far has suggested that ether currents can change so drastically as to inflict nearby creatures with ether sickness. All I have observed suggests that the currents of the planet follow a simple and regular rhythm, not unlike the tides. Indeed, the entirety of my research up until now has been focused on proving this point. If there has been a sudden disturbance in the underwater ether currents, then it will take some time to determine the cause. I also need to attend to the whale. Oh, when will I have time to return to my thesis? As for the whale, the Studium has already announced that it will be dispatching a vessel to search the ether currents in the seas near Charlian. It won't benefit any of us if such incidents occur or continue to occur, after all. If we wish to investigate the link between the two events, as Master Kite suggested, then perhaps we should pay visit to Thavner. An astute suggestion. I could recruit the help of one of our colleagues over there. Or, wait a minute. I believe you have the perfect woman for the job right here. Me? Sure, I'll go to Thavner. As generous and dependable as ever. Yes, I knew you'd be up to the task. I would accompany Shizune. You would? When was the last time you even ventured outside the Studium's grounds? Like an hour ago. That's not important. Shizune has risked life and limb to help me with my research. I can't just keep leaving all the hard work to her. But Professor, going to Thavner means you would have to travel via the aetheryte. Or by ship. Not that you'd handle that any better. You don't have to tell me that. Still, time is of the essence. Besides, I'll never be truly respected as a researcher if I don't go out and get my hands dirty from time to time. With your vomit? I have to get my fears... I've let my fears rule me for far too long. Today is the day I conquer them. Okay, but like, your dislike of traveling by aetheryte is valid. It makes you sick. Well, it's clear you're not going to change your mind. At least try not to cause Shizune too much trouble. Now that you mention it, I hadn't consulted you on the matter. Shizune, do you mind if I join you this time? If I say no, you're still gonna follow me. You don't give me a choice. Fantastic. In that case, I'll see you in Yedlamad. Gotta love it when smart people are stupid. The professor was saying he would go on ahead to Yedlamad and wait for you by the experimental etherite. I do hope he isn't too much of a nuisance for you with his ether sickness. Don't worry, he will be. Now, where is... Ah. Well, at least he's not laying on the ground. I found this fellow rolling out or about in his own vomit a short while ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. Not a pretty sight, I can assure you. I'm not sure I've ever seen someone suffer from such severe ether sickness. Have you considered having your research be on curing ether sickness? Just a thought. Shizune, is that you? Ah, you know this fellow? The poor man was so ill I thought he might die. I'd not have believed anyone could suffer from such severe ether sickness if I hadn't seen it myself. Be glad you weren't here to see me immediately after I arrived. It was even less pretty a sight than what you witnessed at the Etherite Plaza back in Charlian. And don't even get me started on the most ghastly visions I saw. Countless replicas of myself, dancing and singing and spinning, spinning, spinning. Oh, the spinning. Please make it stop. This guy is the ether sickness equivalent of somebody with lactose intolerance. What's that? If I eat cheese, I'm gonna be in the bathroom for the next 6 hours? Challenge accepted. I'd suggest you lie down for a while still, friend. It wasn't so long ago that you were convulsing on the ground, spitting up some ghastly bile. You're right, my friend. My apologies for making you worry so. I'm truly sorry about this, Shizune. Might you be so kind as to ask around while I rest here a bit more? You know, or you're Asian, so you know lactose. Are you also the kind of person who views your food intolerance as a suggestion, not a warning? Or a challenge, I should say. Don't you worry, your friend will be safe with me. I know not what business you have here, but pray attend to it. My apologies. I simply don't have the physical fortitude to do much of anything right now. Yeah, you think this is a lot of fish? You should have been here earlier. This is a massive improvement, believe me. No time to rest, though. If they start rotting, the stench alone will be enough to make the whole town ill. Oh, hey, look! It's the Derplander facial hair face again. Playing through Endwalker is like playing Where's Waldo, except what you're looking for is that facial hair. What's especially bizarre is that these fish normally stay away from land altogether. Save for when they go up rivers to lay their eggs, that is. Anyhow, I've never seen or smelled anything like it in my life, and I hope never to, or I never do again. Over here. No? There should be one around here somewhere. Is it up? No? Hang on. Oh, this is the one that belongs to the circle. Okay. I've never seen anything like it. Entire schools of fish suddenly washing up ashore. There were so many you couldn't see a single grain of sand. Our fishers have their hands full trying to clean up the mess even as we speak. Troublingly, we have no idea what caused it. It's not as if anything ominous occurred to portend such an event. Why, the night before was peaceful as always. The full moon shining bright in the night sky. Hang on, I have to refresh my memory on something. No, wait a minute. The 85 dungeon is Katisis, so the final days had not quite started yet if you were doing this alongside MSQ. Huh, ominous. If you were doing this alongside MSQ, that's actually kind of terrifying. Because this could be viewed as a... It's not what's going on, but this could be viewed as a harbinger of the final days. Now that you mention it, there was one thing out of the ordinary earlier, the day before the fish appeared. The river that runs here from the shroud of the Samga was swelling like mad. The seawater flowed back into the river, and some that say they saw it carrying fish deep, deep into the woods. He's back on his feet. We gave your friend some medicine, and thankfully it seems to be working. He's finally feeling a little more like himself. My apologies for making you go alone, friend. I still can't quite stand up straight, but I feel much better than when I arrived. Tell me, were you able to learn anything of interest from the townspeople? A full moon the night before, and a strong tide flowing up into the river? It would seem that this is what we call a tidal bore. The fact that these fish are typically not seen near the coast is strangely reminiscent of our whale problem as well. No, this cannot be mere coincidence. The matter of these fish that were supposedly carried upstream into the woods intrigues me as well. Assuming they're still alive, they would provide much more useful data than those rotting corpses on the beach. If we were to analyze them and find them in a similar etheric state as the whale and Charlian, we could safely conclude that both events were caused by the same, or at least a similar, phenomenon. I'm terribly sorry to impose upon you again, but could you go catch those fish for me? They might very well be the key to solving this mystery. From the fisherman's description, swimming upstream you said, I suspect we are looking for Elnarian salmon. If so, those leeches you used on the clams in Garlemald should serve you well here, or well again here. Or I can keep using my versatile lure. And Dirota? Is that gonna be yes, okay. Huh? What? 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 Am I Waldo now? Or I guess it would be more appropriate to say Carmen San Diego, right? Because you're trying to figure out where in the world I am. Fortunately, I just have to catch one of these things. There we go. Damn it, I heated up water earlier for cocoa, and I never actually made my cocoa. I'll just make it after stream, it's fine. Okay, he's still saying the same thing. Got it. I loathe to impose, but you must go to the woods and catch those fish for me. I didn't come all this way just to get myself sick. I must solve this mystery. Here you go. Oh, thank the gods, and thank you, my friend. I would have hated to go home with nothing but the memory of my worst bout of ether sickness ever. I'm happy to report that I also made some progress myself. I had a word with the alchemists who helped me, and it turns out they have a keen interest in ether as well. We had an exchange of views that was most stimulating. I may not have been able to do much while here, but I'm glad I made the effort to leave the Studium for once. Now, it's time we returned so I can make use of this new knowledge and analyze the sample you so kindly reeled in for me. Alas, well, we may not need to use that god's awful experimental aetherite to travel back. An aetherite is still an aetherite. Heavens have mercy. Alrighty. Oh yeah, there you are. Right, my return point is still Old Charlie. Cool, cool, cool. I think we have, what, 2 more quests after this? Good to see you return. Needless to say, the trip was a rough one for me. Thankfully, it wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as that dreadful experimental aetherite. I've just about finished analyzing the fish you caught in Thavner. As expected, its ether levels are almost identical to those of the wayward whale. So you believe that a sudden change in the concentration of ether in the nearby currents caused them to completely alter their behavior? Precisely. That said, the change was of such magnitude that I would struggle to explain it with my initial hypothesis of etheric tides. On the contrary, if such sudden changes are possible, then I may have to reconsider my premise altogether. Moreover, we can't safely return the whale to the sea until we know precisely what it is that at the root of this problem. Might the title bore be or hold the answer? Yes, I do remember considering that when you shared, or considering that when you shared the people's tales with me. If we posit that the underwater ether currents are affected by the moon, much as the tide itself is, then any sudden change in the moon's state would naturally affect underwater ether levels as well. Gosh, if only we knew of something related to ether on the moon that may have changed recently, that might have affected, say, the entire planet's ethereal balance. That would be wild, wouldn't it? Recent changes in the moon. By the scholar, that's it! The destruction of Zodiark would have freed an unfathomable amount of ether from within the moon. It would be only logical if this had an impact on the ether or underwater ether currents. Ah, gosh, why didn't I think of that? If this is the explanation, my initial theory may yet be viable, with this recent outpouring of ether being the exception that proves the rule. We will need to watch closely for any similar incidents in the near future. Ah, Talaka. Word has it that you braved the journey by Aetherite to do some fieldwork in Thavnir. Did you find aught of interest there? Yeah, it turns out for once MSQ actually had an impact on these quests. I see. A word of advice, if I may. Any researcher worth his salt must be prepared to rethink and reevaluate their theories when presented with new evidence. Have you given any thought to how you might adapt yours? I mean, his initial theory still isn't unviable. It's just Zodiark Zodiark's destruction would have fucked up any future ether measurements. So it's going to be harder for, at least for a short period of time, for them to judge the ebb and flow of ether in various places. My initial theory was, to a degree, predicated on the existence of Zodiark. Now that he is no more, I am not entirely sure how we might... Unless we could... Yes, that's it! We could examine a species altogether more ancient, from a time when the heavens were free of Zodiark and the other entities of high etheric concentration. Professor, please, this is no time for idle jests. I'm being perfectly serious. Why, I have complete confidence that Shizune here will be able to find what we require. I do not doubt her skills, but even the best of gleaners would struggle to find specimens of species that doubtless died out ages ago. Oh, ye of little faith. Our friend is more than up to the task. Isn't that so, Shizune? Well, actually... Now that's the spirit, Talaka. A good scholar must consider every possible option, even those that might seem impossible. Keep pondering the matter, and I have no doubt you will arrive at an answer ere long. Okay, 88, so yeah, it's gonna be 88 and then probably 90. So 2 more quests. Oh, hello there. I've been racking my brains trying to come up with new ideas. Alas, nothing has come to me thus far. If only you knew someone who could go back in time. No matter how much I ponder, I keep coming back to the same thought. I have to get my hands on some specimens from a time before Zodiark came to be. I simply can't accept that all the work we have put into confirming my theory might amount to naught in the end. You know what? Give me any idea you've got, no matter how outlandish it may seem. Please, Shizune. I am in dire need of inspiration. You'd be surprised what which one do I need? Or do I want to choose? You'd be surprised what I can do? I'll go with this one. So all you need is an ancient fish, right? Oh, but you... Wait, do you truly mean it? Mm-hmm. As a scholar, I would love to probe deeper into the details of exactly how you mean to do this, but this is hardly the time for idle chatter. If you can indeed procure this sample for me, I beg of you, please do it. Why, this could very well be the solution to what I thought an insurmountable problem. Ideally, I would examine an ancient specimen that shares some common traits with creatures that still exist today. Reading through Professor Neal's tomes, I remember thinking that a species called the Smaragdos would be perfect. I know not where you mean to find them, but I wish you safety and good fortune in your journey, Shizune. Okay, and we want to go to leave, which means, Boyton Oikos, I guess? It or Agnorizes probably would have been worked, but because leave is wait, actually no, this is the closer one. Okay. This whole area is leave, so I'm just gonna park myself right here. And we fish. Yeah, first try. Just need 5 more just like that. But yeah. I found that, like, when I'm not streaming, fishing isn't so bad as long as I have something good on YouTube or Twitch to watch, or, you know, a good podcast to listen to. But I'm the thing on Twitch that other people are watching or listening to right now. So how to be entertaining? And especially because I try to be mindful of the fact that, like, people watching may not be caught up with the game. How to be entertaining that doesn't involve me accidentally spoiling people and stuff past where I have streamed. I'm not always the best about that. Sometimes I do have to give a spoiler warning and then just, like, yeah, but I try to be a good being. Oh. Yeah, so we're very firmly anti-Gen AI, anti-stealing work from other people channel. So there's better stuff to listen to. I can promise you there's better stuff to listen to. made by actual human beings. And I don't know how it works in other countries, but if you're based in the US, and you have access, like if you need audiobooks to listen to and don't have the money to buy them yourselves, get a library card and then see if your library has access to Libby and or Hoopla. Because they have audiobooks. Hoopla also has TV shows and stuff on it. I can give a bajillion recommendation, or not actually a bajillion, but I can give a pretty decent number of recommendations for horror podcasts if you want to find a horror podcast to listen to. You do not need AI for that shit. Have I finished my Cosmic Exploration Relic tools? Not yet. The downside to streaming this game and also having it be the game that I play for like fun is that I sometimes get a little burnt out and need to play other things, so I haven't played as much 14 in my personal time as I did before I started streaming it. But I've been making pretty good progress. Part of the problem is too, the last time I messed with Cosmic Exploration, I don't know if Crafting Way had just not been updated yet for it, but I usually use macros, like item specific macros for the stuff I'm crafting. And like I can adapt, like Teamcraft does have a thing where you can make your own macros and like then just copy and paste them into the game, but yeah. Plus, I need to double check. I might have ran out of Nightmind videos to listen to while doing that. Honestly, like I said, there's a bunch of podcasts that I can give recommendations for if you're into horror, especially. I should probably just like, I did back in October start a re-listen of the Storage Papers. I should probably just like turn that on and play that while crafting at some point. I think part of the issue is too, I run into the same problem with 14 that I do with the rest of my life, where there's so many things I want to do that just thinking about it makes me feel exhausted. So then I end up just AFKing at my house. And I go and I take a nap IRL. But no, I do need to hunker down. There's some quests I haven't gotten around to doing. I'm behind on Hildebrand. Even though, like, Hildebrand, this expansion, from what I've done of it, looks so good. Because they're playing around with, like, specifically noir-flavored stuff. And I love noir-flavored stuff as long as you, like, remove the misogyny that's in especially, like, a lot of older noir stuff. I mean, one of my favorite podcasts is the Penumbra Project, or the Penumbra podcast, I mean. And that one's really cool because it started off with them wanting to do like a Twilight Zone style thing where they were going to do like different stories, and some of them would be multi-episode ones. But then the first story they did kind of took off, and so it turned into them alternating doing chapters of 2 different stories, because another one of what was supposed to be a one-off also got really popular. So it started off with them doing a thing of the Juno Steel mysteries, or the Juno Steel stories, which is queer space noir, and a huge inspiration for one of the writing projects that I have planned. And then they were doing like little one-off things, and then they did a one-off thing that ended up being really popular. And then suddenly they were alternating between 2 different series in one podcast. Hang on. The one I especially love is the Juno Steel stories. But the other one is Tales of the Second Citadel, which is really cool because, like, you have this character who's a disabled knight, or he's this guy with a disability, and like he's dealing with navigating wanting to become a knight, even though people are being really ableist towards him and stuff. Like moving the goalposts to prevent him to become a knight, even including preventing him from using his disability aid, which is his horse. And it's him and his brother and like their adventures and stuff, and them taking on challenges. I should probably get caught up on that. The problem is the Homme Fatale in the Juno Steel series did a thing that, no, it wasn't even the Homme Fatale, it was Juno who did something that made me want to punch someone. And so I was like, I really like this, but I need a break. And then I never got back to it. But I'm behind on like every single podcast I like, because something either gave me anxiety and I was like, I need to get like let this marinate for a bit and then come back to it, or the season ended and I missed that it had come back, which is what happened to me with the storage papers. Or I forget why I fell behind on the Magnus Protocol, but now I'm introducing a friend of mine to the Magnus archives, and once we're caught up with that, I'm going to introduce her to the protocol, and then we're going to actually like get caught up and follow it together, which I'm very excited about. But yeah. So like there's stuff in 14 I need to do. Ooh, is this the last fish? It is. We're done. But yeah, there's stuff in 14 I need to get caught up on. There's stuff IRL. I need to finish the book I've been writing. And there's video essays I want to script and then get out there. There's a series of VTuber tutorials I wanted to make. My book, it is a queer retelling of Sleeping Beauty. I have like a whole bunch of stories that I'm setting in the same world that are all queer retellings of fairy tales. that I'm really excited about. I've been having a lot of fun with this book. It's just this one chapter is giving me some problems. Someday, when I am done with my thesis, you will have to tell me all about how you seemingly can do the impossible. Oh, trust me, don't worry, we have stories. Are my eyes to be believed? An actual smaragdos. And it's even more impressive than anything I saw in my books. I know not how you accomplished this, Shizune, but you have my eternal gratitude. Shizune, I've just finished my preliminary analysis of the smaragdos, and needless to say, it has proved truly fascinating. Incidentally, I recently overheard some of the senior members of the faculty discussing the days before the world was sundered. This led to me wondering just how far back you traveled. Smile. I have long heard rumors of a collective of goblin scientists who were attempting to traverse the fabric of time itself. To be honest, I always thought it a mere jest. But is it possible you used such a method to journey into the past yourself? No, but I know someone who did. But I will not ask you to reveal your secrets. Not now. You have provided me with exactly what I need to break this impasse in my research, and I must seize the opportunity. At any rate, examining the relative states of the Smaragdos scales, it appears quite evident that the levels of ether in the underwater currents fluctuated regularly even in those pre-Zodiac days. That said, the shifts in concentration appear much gentler compared to the present day. I suspect that the inflated ether levels of the moon caused by the presence of Zodiac are the key to explaining this change. Put simply, these recent incidents have a manifestation of ether levels returning to how they once were so very long ago. Frankly, I should be elated. This effectively proves my hypothesis correct. However, something does not sit right with me. I feel like I must do more than just identify what is happening. How can I sit around here in my office poring over specimens and tomes while these poor sea creatures are suffering? The next whale might very well come ashore to its doom like the fish in Thavnair. Oh, thank you for coming, Professor Neal. I'm most pleased to say that with Shizune's help, I believe I'll finally be able to finish my thesis. Is that to say you truly were able to obtain a specimen from ancient times? Impressive. Yes, most impressive indeed. Truth be told, the senior faculty of the Studium have been aware of this form of travel for some time now. Sadly, as much as I argued your case, I was strictly forbidden from granting you access to it. Fortunate you are to have Shizune at your side. With your diligence and aptitude and her unparalleled cleaning skills, I am expecting greater and greater things from your thesis. I knew it! So if I am promoted to full professorship, I might gain access to that knowledge as well? And I must work even harder toward that goal. Hold on, do you mean they had knowledge of time travel? And yet, at the same time, I find myself with a dilemma. Is it not selfish of me to focus entirely on my own research at a time like this? Is it not my duty as a scholar to help in a more concrete manner? Very astute questions, those, and questions for which you must find your own answer. Of course, none would object if you were to publish your findings. You've done more than enough to support up-and-coming researchers at the Studium, and your work will doubtless prove a fine starting point for any who wish to explore the subject further. There are plenty of academics who are driven wholly by their own curiosity, who devote their entire lives to their studies and research for its own sake. However, there is also demand for another type of researcher, one who uses their findings to seek out tangible solutions to problems of our world. Your research has brought you face to face with innocent creatures in peril, and united you with a brave companion who has traveled to the edge of the world and beyond for you. It is a little surprised that you might find new motivation from their presence. Yet at the end of the day, it is your choice to make. You must decide what inspires you most as a scholar. That is all I can say. Ad! Break! Okay, we have ads in... on Twitch, so I'm gonna wait until after the ads to finish this quest. So yeah, I'm actually gonna put up the BRB screen for a few minutes and get some stretches in, and I will see you guys on the other side. Ooh, I should also refill water. So yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. So, let's continue. Oh, it's the rest of this cutscene just him walking away? No, it wasn't. Okay. As always, Professor Neal has given me much to ponder. Up until now, I'd simply enjoyed solving the mysteries of the world through my research. Only now have I begun to realize there may be more to it than that. Forgive me, but I would like to consider the matter further. Might I be able to count on your aid once again? Your aid again once my mind is made up? I swear, I feel there are no limits to what I might achieve as long as you're by my side. Talakatia is looking to apply the finishing touches to his thesis. Ah, Shizune, always a pleasure to see you. I fear I haven't quite made up my mind regarding the issue we discovered last time. Please don't be overly concerned. I fully intend to finish writing my thesis for the upcoming conference. At the same time, I can't stop thinking about what Professor Neal said. In fact, I was just thinking I'd head to Tranquility to be alone with my thoughts for a while. Would you mind joining me a bit later? An exchange of ideas might do me well. Sure. Also, I've been neglecting to talk to Abrasi because she's like barely in these quests. I spend all my time. Oh, she's just saying the same thing and still. Okay. Got it. She's so not involved with these quests that her dialogue doesn't change. I bet it's still gonna be the same even once we finish. Oh. Right, Tranquility is right over here. There he is. Ah, thank you for coming. Do you recall how Professor Neal encouraged me to consider what path would most inspire me? I was thinking it over, and it occurred to me, had I not met you, I doubtless would have continued to use my ether sickness as an excuse to stay cooped up in the Studium forever. Likely, I would have succumbed to the weight of expectations and given up on my research entirely. Thanks to you, however, I was able to obtain the data I had so long sought, and now my thesis is nearly complete. For that, you have my eternal thanks. And yet, I am now struck with the profound feeling that I must do more. I must seek even greater heights. I suspect my colleagues would laugh me out of the room if they heard this, but I have a mind to obtain data from the moon itself. If I can only get my hands on that, I'm confident that I could find a way to stabilize the ether currents, and in doing so, save the poor creatures of the sea from their suffering. What if I told you you knew someone who could go to the moon? Yes, this is no time to rest on my laurels. There is so much more that must be done. Of course, I'll hardly be able to accomplish this on my own. What do you say? Will you lend me your help one last time? It would be my pleasure. I can hardly turn you down now, can I? Oh, thank you. I promise that this will be the last request I make of you. As for precisely what I would have you procure, this is where it gets a bit complicated. Normally, I would reference the tomes in Numenon, but as one might expect, none of them cover the ecosystem of the moon. Perhaps you might seek advice with those who reside in Mare Lamentorum. If anyone could tell you what's worth catching, I suppose it would be them. In the meanwhile, I will focus on writing my thesis. I cannot wait to see what sort of exotic specimen you find for me this time. Perhaps one of the knowledgeable Loprits of Bestways Burrow could point you in the right direction. Okay. Moon, Bestways Burrow. Nope. There we go. What am I doing? Wait, I want to go over here.
Well, hello there, Shizune. Whatever brings you here today? Whatever brings you here today? You don't say. That strikes me as a rather curious thing to be researching. But to each their own, I suppose. At any rate, I do believe that the most representative specimen of the aquatic ecosystem here is a fish we call the lunar lamenter. They're quite plentiful in the waters of Vallis vulnerus. They're known to have a fondness for gray worms, which we suspect is one reason they taste so atrocious. Believe me, you won't find any of our chefs complaining if you take home your fair share. That said, it's most surprising to hear that the destruction of Zodiark has impacted your world so. Do be careful down there, yes?
Really? You're surprised that the super ancient primal who was manipulating the planet's ethereal density and stuff to shield it from Meteon and like undo the damage that the Song of Oblivion was doing. You're surprised that his not being around anymore would affect the planet's ether? Let's see, where did it say it was? Vallis vulnerus. Alright, where the fuck is that? Is it actually, is this another, oh, there it is. I was about to say, is this gonna be another one that is like, not actually on the map? But no, it is. Cool, cool, cool. To be fair, I wouldn't want to eat anything that grows or that swims in this. Why would the Loprit even suggest such a thing? It's bubbling. Why is it bubbling? Why is it green? What's in this water? Is it water? Is it something else? Is this actually part of Bestway Burrow's sewer system? Do Loprits poop? Asking the real questions here. And there we go. You're back! I'd love nothing more than for you to regale me with tales of the moon. But before that, do I smell what I think I smell? Unfortunately. Wait, what do you think you smell? Do you know what this thing smells like? Incredible. So this is the sort of creature that dwells in the lunar seas. I can't wait to dig in and start examining it. As long as it's the only way you're digging in. Well, there's no telling until I see the data. I'm quite confident that this discovery will allow me to revise my theory and complete my thesis. I'll be making my presentation at Phenomenon, but to be honest, I've never been very good at talking in front of the senior faculty. Might you be so kind as to come sit in the audience? Just knowing that I had a friend among the audience would go a long way to putting my heart at ease. Normally, only the faculty and students are allowed to attend such events, but I'll have a word with the administrators. Given all you've contributed to my research, I can see no reason you shouldn't be permitted to attend. Let's see now. 1. Summarize my latest findings. 2. Prepare my presentation. Oh, and I mustn't forget to check back in on the whale. Dear me, I feel like I'm being pulled in 100 different directions. Ah, you must be Professor Talakatia's guest. Please, go right in. I do believe your friend's presentation is about to get underway. Thank you for assembling here today, everyone. I'm Talakatia, an associate professor here in the Faculty of Etherology, and today I would like to, present some recent findings from my research on our ether currents. You got this! Thumbs up! Double thumbs up! My presentation is entitled Ether Tide, on the waxing and waning of ether levels in underwater currents. Simply put, my hypothesis was thus. The world's underwater ether ebb and flow in tandem. When the concentration of ether drops in one area, it rises in another. This phenomenon repeats itself periodically. Long did I believe this was so, but never was I able to accumulate sufficient data to prove it for certain. This all changed recently thanks to the talents of a truly remarkable gleaner who risked life and limb to gather the samples I needed. Did I know? In the course of my research, however, I also discovered many things which I had never imagined at the outset. First and foremost among these was the ether zodiac exerted upon those selfsame currents. Now, as you all know, zodiac is no more. As such, ether levels have temporarily fluctuated across our entire star as the etheric state of our world gradually readjusts to how it was in the days of yore, before Zodiac came into being, and also before Medion fucked everything up and made Zodiac necessary in the first place. Having had the fortune recently to analyze some samples obtained from the lunar surface, it has become apparent that this fluctuation in ether levels was at its most dramatic during a full moon. We have reason to suspect that the recent incident with the wayward whale was also caused by the selfsame phenomenon. In other words, a sudden change in the local ether levels caused it to suffer from symptoms akin to severe ether sickness. Needless to say, this would be all mere speculation if it were not corroborated by concrete data. To that end, kindly turn your to page 14 in the booklets I have handed out, and take a moment to peruse the chart on that page.
He did it.
Quite fascinating. Many scholars stubbornly stick to their initial convictions, despite the circumstances. But you have clearly taken even the most recent developments into consideration in fleshing out your thesis. Admirable indeed. You are too kind, Professor. And yet there is more I would share. Utilizing my own findings in combination with some alchemical techniques I learned from my colleagues in Thavnair, I do believe I have crafted a spell that might help to stabilize the underwater ether currents. More so than my academic findings, I believe this to be my greatest accomplishment. Isolating the relationship between the moon and the underwater ether currents was an important first step, no doubt. But helping those suffering creatures will be of far greater import in the end. Our planet is currently in a state of transition. I suspect the imbalance in ether levels will continue for quite a while still. And so I intend to do everything in my power to minimize the effects of this on both beast and man until our etheric environment stabilizes and returns to normal. Thank you, Talakatia. We shall inform you of your evaluation in due time. In the meanwhile, pray continue to attend to that poor beast in the harbor. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Professor. There you are. I simply had to tell you before anyone else. My colleagues couldn't stop praising my thesis. And to say I could never have gotten to this day without your help would be an understatement. He got the code! Not only have I secured more funding to continue my research, but I've also been promoted to a full-fledged, tenured professor. It looks good on you. I simply cannot believe that the day has come that I can wear this prestigious gown. Why, I've dreamed of this since the very first day I set foot in the Studium. Yeah, it looks... Your old outfit suit you better... Nah, it looks good on you. Oh, you're far too kind. I've still a long way to go before I'll be worthy of this garb in the way that, say, Professor Neal is. I always believed in Talaka's potential, but I dare say he would have been hard-pressed to fulfill it were it not for his fortuitous meeting with you, Shizune. For that, I too owe you my thanks. Oh, and this is neither here nor there, really, but I received some rather delightful news recently from the Faculty of Medicine. It would seem the professor there, who was researching methods for treating the whale, has developed an experimental medicine that can lessen the effects of ether sickness. Even more fortunately, it is said to work even better on men than on beasts. Yes, this new... Wild, for a second I thought he was going to say it works better on men than on women. I was going to be like, excuse me? 14 also has problems with gender bias in the medical field? But no. He meant humans rather than animals. Okay. Yes, with this new medicine at my disposal, I can finally take responsibility for my own fieldwork and stop forcing generous gleaners such as yourself to travel in my stead. Just think of all the places I'll go. Distant lands, the open sea, why, maybe even the moon. I simply can't wait to really stretch my legs and explore the world. And with that, I'd best be off. But this isn't farewell, not by a long shot. I have no doubt our paths will cross again somewhere, upon some distant sea. Thank you once again for everything, my friend. Oh, he was talking to the whale, not me. Okay. I'm standing here in this new gown, but to be honest, it still hasn't all sunk in. Congratulations, Talakatia. You have come far indeed, and you've earned every bit of it through your diligence and dedication. And glad I am for it. For now I've seen you realize the potential I always knew you had. I can finally retire with my heart at ease. Wait, I just realized something. Okay, no, it is Talaka. For a second I was like, wait, is that an L or an I? Oh, you don't need to advertise my channel. It's fine. Please don't do that. I appreciate the support, but as far as I understand it, people tend to frown on that kind of that kind of promotion in chat, and yeah, that kind of stuff can backfire. Retire? Professor Neil, what are you saying? No need to act so surprised. I've been considering it for quite some time now. I'm no spring chicken, and there's little reason for me to cling to my position when promising researchers like you wait in the wings. Of course, I will continue to share my experiences with you if you so desire, but finding that which most inspires you and pursuing it with all of your body and soul, this is something you must do for yourself. I have already imparted all I can. You were able to find this in yourself, in no small part through your chance encounter with Shizune. I was happy to be there for you along the way, but I dare say you will fare well enough without me. But, Professor, the future of etherology is bright indeed, as long as young talents like yourself continue your research here. And so I very much look forward to hearing of your myriad achievements as I enjoy my golden years. And if you're ever in need of conversation, pray visit, and we might muse about the mysteries of the world, not as teacher and student, but as colleagues and friends. That would be delightful, Professor. I could not have asked for a greater parting gift than your vote of confidence. And thank you once again, Shizune. I will be continuing my research here at the Studium, so do stop by whenever you would care to talk etherology with a friend. Likewise, I look forward to hearing even more about your adventures in the far-flung lands you've been exploring. And perhaps if you happen to come across any exotic species of fish, you could snag one or two for me. Just for your old time's sake. Yeah! And thus we conclude Crafting and Gathering Week. So yeah, let me, because we're wrapping up here now, because that is all of the Studium quests. All of them. Done. Finished. He now considers me a master fisher. I've completed all the Studium quests, it seems. Kialiepo has something she would like to ask me. Pray visit the searchers meet, should you wish to hear her out. Okay, hang on. Let me double check something. Is that gonna be, how long of this quest is it? And when was this quest added? It was added in 6.0. Okay. So, haha, we have one more quest to do. But it unlocks a skill, it looks like. And gives a minion, and is important. Okay. Kialiepo has been eagerly awaiting your return. Ah, Shizune, just who I was looking for. I wish to thank you for helping the students and staff from the various faculties. Your work has become the talk of the Studium. You've made a real difference. Actually, while you're here, there's a pressing matter I wish to discuss. Having heard the many glowing accounts of your work, another official of the Studium has requested an audience. Would you be able to spare time to speak with him? Sure. Wonderful. Then let us head to Learner's Meet. Yeah, let's do this on Goldsmith, because why not? He should arrive any moment now. Let's take a seat. Who's it gonna be? Is it somebody we know? My apologies for keeping you waiting.
It is!
Before we proceed, I wish to extend my sincerest thanks on behalf of the Studium for all you have done to aid our faculty and students. By the sounds of it, they have made remarkable findings, one and all. That is why I would hold an assembly, that we might discuss the overarching impact of their research. Oh? Such gatherings are how academia evolves and advances. The shared knowledge of our works, be they successes or failures, that all may strive to improve. Precisely. Knowledge begets knowledge. Amassing and combining findings from a host of fields often leads to the creation of entirely new disciplines, one of the very reasons for which the Studium was founded. Which brings me to the reason why I asked you here. Might I prevail upon you to speak with the faculty and invite them to this meeting? It would... you know what? I'll be funny. Is there no one else who can ask them? I thought to speak with them myself, but I do not wish for them to think attendance is compulsory, and an invitation from you is less likely to be perceived as an order. Is that an order? Splendid, you have my thanks. Well, that's that then. And you needn't rush to deliver those invitations. Pray speak with the faculty and students in your own time. When you've finished, return here, and I will see to readying a chamber for the meeting. Alrighty. Might as well do these in the order, kinda, that we did the quests in, because why not? Well, look who it is. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oh, that sounds lovely. At long last, your research will receive the recognition it deserves. Oh, Professor!
Oh, Bork, stop. I understand how you feel, but this is no time for tears.
Professor Namano will wish to attend as well, like as not.
I'll have a word with him and see if we can't prepare a suitable compilation of our works.
Okay, do you have anything new?
Goodness me, I haven't been this excited for an assembly in ages.
Do you have anything new? No. Shizune, what a pleasant surprise. Would you care for a quick meal at the last stand to commemorate our reunion? Maybe some other time. Well, that sounds wonderful. It would be an honor to attend. I may never have a better opportunity to inform my peers of the benefits of fine dining. Perhaps I will invite Professor Galvarosh and a few employees from the last stand to prepare samples of Mervyn bread for those in attendance. In any case, there is much I must do to prepare. Until then, Shizune. I have no doubt the other faculty and students will be quite pleased to see what we have to share. Ah, Shizune, I must admit, I did not expect to see you here again. Wow, rude. Did you think I was gonna visit? I see. I've certainly heard of such events, although I had never dared dream a student such as myself would be invited to one. Don't tell me you're getting cold feet already. The Jude I know would relish such a challenge. Perhaps you're right, Jaromir. This would be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate what a boon the Starlands could be to the academic community. All right then. Jaromir and I will set to work preparing a presentation at once.
This is cool.
Because, like, imagine what would happen, especially if the astronomy department and the etherology department put their heads together. Amazing. Shizune, it's so good to see you.
The ether of the skies and the ether of the land.
Lest you wonder, Professor Tankin and I were doing quite well. But to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Is that so? I suppose the professor and I could share what we've learned from the various cultures we emulated. Come to think of it, we've yet to share the news of our union either. The proposal was so sudden, we scarcely had time to invite any of the faculty, let alone hold a reception. All the more reason we should attend. We will be there, absolutely. Professor Tonkin should be most glad to hear about this. The professor and I shouldn't be much longer. Why are you still here? When all parties have been informed, return here and I will see to reserving a space for the assembly. Okay. My, what a surprise! Don't tell me. You've come with a souvenir from some far-flung land. I haven't had a chance to leave the building yet. Oh! First I am promoted to tenured professor, then this momentous opportunity presents itself to me. Siegfried, hi! What's up? Of course I shall attend. Were it not for you, I never would have proven my theory, and I would be a fool to overlook a chance to present my findings. Also, that reminds me, let me make sure nobody raids me, because this is the last quest of the night. Yes, a bold first step to honoring Professor Neal's legacy. You're very sleepy? I mean, I don't know what time zone you're in, but, like, it is midnight. Where I am, anyway. I dare say even Professor Neal would be impressed were he here to see what I have planned. Welcome back. Well, what did they say? They would be delighted. Same as me? Hey, Central Time, let's go. Very good. They have all worked so very hard. It is heartening to see their efforts will be rewarded. The assembly will be held at Aporia and Labyrinthos. I have no doubt they would all be glad for your attendance, so please do stop by if you have time. Oh, before I forget, the Skylark requested you be treated to a meal at the last stand as thanks for your help. As there's still time before they're set to begin, would you care to go now? Sure. To the last stand, then. This feels like a setup. Man, I know this could be seen as me cheating if I'm right, because my streams are straight up called Final Fantasy XIV Vet Replays the Game. But I don't necessarily remember what happened. Is this a setup? I guess we're about to find out. I genuinely don't remember. It's been how many years since Endwalker? Endwalker would have come out, what, 3-4 years ago now? Huh. Yeah, 4 years ago. I ran in the wrong direction. But yeah, I swear when I say shit like that, I am not playing coy and actually know the answer. I hope you don't mind, but I've already ordered for the both of us. The meal was meant to be for you alone, but I'm sure the scholar will forgive me for partaking of his generosity. It's true. My sister has the diet of a savage. Not but rock-hard bread and wildflowers, day in and day out. Wait. I don't know how closely. I know Eliepo is a very common name for moon cats. But this is making me concerned about the between this sister of Keys and Chloe's diet of expired banana pudding. I'm concerned about this entire family's diet and food preferences now. Let me tell you about your distant cousins, Chloe and Zoe.
Forgive the interruption, but have we met? I swear you're the spitting image of one of those intrepid adventurers that visited the moon.
That would be because... Oh, the cat with wings on my stream? That is my mascot, Shizu. Because my VTuber lore is that I am a magical girl. The champion of hope. And Chizu is the muse of hope, who is my mascot as a magical girl. And he sits in the corner because he's also my text-to-speech bot. Donate $5 worth of bits, or what is it, 500 bits to my channel, and he will say your message. I should probably include that in my about section with a picture, because that you're not the first person to ask that. It's only been like maybe one or two other times, but yeah, I should probably include that in the about. But yeah, I ran into a situation where I had to like rethink a bunch of plans for it. So I haven't been updating it lately, but there are some chapters of my VTuber lore, like extended lore, included in my Ko-fi membership. The first chapter is available for free. I ran into some burnout last spring, and also had to refigure out some stuff, but yeah, over on my Twitch channel, 500 bits makes Chizu speak if you include a message, and every 100 bits throws a plushie at me. Anyway.
Aha! I knew it! The name Searching Way, by the way. Seek knowledge in all things curious.
A loprit! My, if you aren't the most adorable creature. Forgive me, but I cannot help but notice how wonderfully fuzzy your ears are. May I?
Again with my ears. Honestly, what is with you people? And, very well. You may rub my ears, but I must insist on something in exchange.
I mean, she's a cat girl. Have the trade-off be you rubbing her ears. Because, like, how would you like it, Key, if people are like, oh my god, you're a cat girl. Can I rub your ears? Can I play with your tail? I feel like that has to be not even a microaggression against Mikote, right? Like, that is a macroaggression at that point. Well, some of our finest academics will soon be gathering at Aporia. I've no doubt they are curious and otherwise intriguing things to talk about.
I see. May I ask the reason for this meeting of minds?
Yeah, but Mikote Tail Fuzzy. To share their research. Perhaps further explanation is in order. Also, I feel like it's got to be kind of on the same level of rudeness as, oh my god, little bunny guy, can I touch your ears?
The greatest minds of Aetheris come together to share heretofore unknown knowledge? That really does sound intriguing. And you'd allow me to observe this gathering?
You would first need permission from Scholark Monteshane, but
Then what are we waiting for? Where is the Scholark Montichu?
or Scholark Martichu. Oh my god, searching away. It's Scholark Monteshane, and please bear in mind there is a chance he may refuse you. Still, I see no harm in asking. If you would go to Learner's Meet, I will have him to have him to meet us there. I don't know if that works grammatically.
Splendid. Let's hop it to it then.
Boo! Right. Well, I'd better go and... Hold on a moment. I never got to rub his ears. Look, I get it. Loprits are adorable, but ma'am... Oh, I always forget, because they're visible to players, that Moogles in this game aren't universally visible. They tend to hide from people. Like, we can see the delivery Moogles, but as far as I understand it, they just kind of have mail up here. I don't know if people necessarily see the Moogles that deliver their mail. But, like, if you saw a Moogle, would your first response be, oh my god, can I touch your palm? Scholark Monteshane should arrive shortly.
Worry not. I will do my very, very best to convince this Monty chain to allow my attendance.
Oh, hello, Wall. Ah, Ki and Shizune. What is it you wish to discuss? Searching Way here is very keen to attend the forthcoming meeting you've arranged with the faculty and students. Okay, to be fair, Final Fantasy XII Moogles are amazing, and I kind of wish they'd have a version of them in 14.
I came to Aetheris in search of the curious and wondrous, and this place has both an equal measure. What's more, it smells of sniff knowledge.
I should certainly hope so. Charlotte, what does knowledge smell like? Probably, God, I don't even want to say it. Probably unshowered students and Archon Loaf and desperation. I should certainly hope so. Charlian is known as a great seat of knowledge, and the Studium is the foremost of its many academies. It is our honor and privilege to encourage the scholarly pursuits of students and faculty both, their shared insights giving rise to the heretofore unseen disciplines and fields of study.
That sounds absolutely fascinating. Oh, please, sir, may I attend this academic meeting of yours?
By all means, the more the merrier, I say. Thank you, Scholar Monteshane. I will inform the relevant parties of his attendance and see to it he has clearance to enter Labyrinthos. Thank you, my dear. His clear, searching way is a kindred spirit with a passion for learning, and I could not very well deny him the opportunity to sate his curiosity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We haven't much time until proceedings get underway. Let's get going, shall we?
Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, thank God they're not going to make me teleport all the way to Aporia. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. I've most certainly come to the right place.
Mont Blanc is the de facto coolest Moogle in 12, yeah. To be clear, I'm not saying that I have a coolest Moogle overall. It's just there's a version of Mont Blanc in 14 who, I'll show you after this cutscene. I think he's still accessible. Yeah, so 14 is a, it's a, oh god, my brain is melting because it's like almost 12:30. But it is a theme park MMO, and it has a lot of references to older Final Fantasy games in it. So they did a whole raid series called Return to Evil East that was both a reference to 12 and Tactics at the same time. They did some really cool shit with it. And so sometimes you'll have characters who are named after and references to Final Fantasy XIV characters. Somehow there are people who claim to be fans of 12 and or like the Evil East Chronicle games in general, who think the Evil East raids mean that the game is part of the Evil East Chronicles and set in the same world. But here's the thing. Here, Siegfried, I'll put it to you this way. Their first clue should have been the fact that in Final Fantasy XIV, Ashe and Rassler are his twin brother and sister. I trust the proceedings were to your liking.
Oh, it was magnificent! There's so much we Loprits have yet to see of Aetheris. So much to learn!
Yeah,
Earlier, you mentioned how they create new disciplines by sharing. Does this mean you plan to have all these people working together in future?
And then people will be like, but Fran is in the game. And she looks exactly the same. It's like, yeah. And in 14, Fran was like basically part of Dalmasca's secret service? / CIA? Something? Also, Beganin and company started off at, when we first get introduced to them into the game, they're like treasure hunters. But like, they were Fusiliers in the Dalmascan Royal Army or whatever. And like, the whole reason they turned to banditry was because they were so ashamed of their inability to protect Princess Ashe and Prince Rassler when the Garleans came. Also, there's two characters, a father and son. So you have Legatus Bosch Gabranth, and then his son, Noah. And I'm like, how can you know anything about Final Fantasy XII and Tactics, and then look at this game and the characters named after the characters from those games that are in this game, and all think that they're the same people? I do indeed. That is precisely why I suggested this meeting of minds in the first place. The exchange of knowledge and ideas will invariably lead to to ever greater discoveries.
But how exactly do you plan to combine their fields? They seem entirely unrelated to me.
Any thoughts? Given all you've seen, I imagine you must have an idea or two as to how to further advance their work. New use for Labyrinthos. They could explore the Sea of Stars. They could explore the great unknowns of the universe. Well, considering the fact that Labyrinthos was basically a prepper vault, preparing for the end of the world, it does need new use. Having abandoned our plans for Exodus, Labyrinthos does want for purpose. That I cannot deny. Well said, Scholar Monteshane. Who dat? Who? Wait, oh! Them, okay. Yeah, if you're a fan of previous Final Fantasy games, 14 is really cool in terms of how they tend to use references. We too have been giving thoughts as to what our combined efforts might accomplish. It occurred to me that, by applying Professor Talakatia's research on etheric currents to the data obtained by it or via my star lens, it might be possible to discover other stars capable of supporting life. And we needn't stop there. Thanks to the work done here in Labyrinthos, we know travel to other stars is possible. With sufficient stories of Mervyn bread, or stores of Mervyn bread, we could surely weather the journey, however long it may be. A marvelous idea. The Golden Diata should prove useful should we require the translation of foreign languages we may encounter there among the stars. Oh, play 9. 9 is so good. 9 is my favorite single-player Final Fantasy game. I'd argue 3 is the first good one. 12 isn't awful, but its class system, or like its skill leveling system is awful. It's really grindy. And if we can communicate, but at least it has a better story than 1. And if we can communicate with those we encounter, then we would be able to share our cultures with them. You can leave that part to Professor Tonkin and me. With you all working together, your chances of encountering heretofore undiscovered intelligent life are better than good, I'd say. But what would you say if you met them? Hello. So, the expansion I'm playing through right now has a lot of 4 references. You might, if you like 4, you might like the stuff that I'm going to be starting next week. I tell them about Hope. I tell them about what Medion was searching for. I tell them about Hope. Because fuck the embodiment of Twitter. She is literally a blue bird that fell into despair and got corrupted by it. And then she turned black. Final Fantasy XIV predicted Twitter before Twitter had its ultimate downfall. That's it! Medion was sent out to explore the stars and search for the meaning of life. Sadly, her fruitless quest led her to the very depths of despair and ad. So we'll continue this after the ad. But yeah, unfortunately, we're gonna Dragoon jump the embodiment of Twitter. We already did that. She was the antagonist of the base expansion. Where there were a bunch of places I wish they had referenced 6 and 8 more. I honestly, like, there are places where they reference 4 where I wish they'd referenced 6 and 8 instead. I feel like there had to have been somebody on the dev team who really liked 4 and decided to shove it into places it didn't belong. I know some people complain about the patch quest for Endwalker. I think they handled the 4 references in Endwalker a lot better. So yeah, if you like 4, tune in. It'll be a good time. But yeah, the antagonist of the base expansion is literally a little blue bird girl whose creator sent her into space to, like, ask any civilizations she encountered what drove them to live, because her creator seriously needed therapy, and instead of seeking it out, he decided to look for his answers in space instead of talking to people. And then she encountered a bunch of dead and dying civilizations, and she fell into despair, and yeah. A bad GameStop experience? Oh no! Well, if nothing else, 14 has an extremely generous free trial. And by extremely generous, I mean it includes the first couple of expansions of the game, with the only restrictions being PvP, because there were some issues. I think bots were like cheating it somehow through the free trial. Excuse me. And like, because of RMT issues, you can't join guilds, you can't join link shells, which are kind of like guilds but without buffs, so you can be in more than one. They're basically little group chats. You can't send private messages or mail or trade or anything like that. Basically the stuff that makes sense for if they're trying to combat RMT. But other than that, the free trial is really generous. It's really good. There's a lot of content included just in that. And then in April, we're getting announcements of the next expansion. So I am excited. I'm trying to get caught up on this character by then. So we'll see if that happens. Yeah. All right. She fell into the depths of despair. Welcome back from ads, everybody.
But you could do things differently. You could go and spread the word that hope yet lives on.
I am the magical girl that's a champion of hope. That is what I do. A most admirable endeavor. And who better than we to see it through? After all, not even the final days could extinguish the flame of life on this star. '14 is very solo friendly. Over the last couple of expansions, they've been adding a feature called duty support that lets you run dungeons with NPCs. So a couple of expansions ago, they introduced the feature, and then last expansion, they started adding it to all of the old story dungeons. So now if I want to run content with NPCs for the story, like I said, they started with all the story stuff, and now they're slowly adding side quests to the game. Or not to the game, but they're adding duty support for side quests this expansion. So these are all side quests they've added it to. Oh, I see. These grayed out ones are ones they haven't added duty support to yet. So, okay. So these ones that are in lighter in color and aren't grayed out, those have the ability to run with NPCs. They haven't done it for 8-man or 8-person or 24-person content yet, but both of the 8-person fights in the base version of, or in the base content for this current expansion we're in does include it. So I wouldn't be surprised if their next big project is going to be adding duty support to trials and raids, or maybe not raids, but at least trials, like the story and stuff. Because yeah, they're very aware of the fact that there are people who would feel more comfortable doing things solo, especially since Final Fantasy is a... this was actually the thing they cited, is they're aware of the fact that Final Fantasy is normally a single-player series. And so there are Final Fantasy fans who, the reason they haven't checked out 14 yet is because it is a multiplayer game, and that's not really their style. So they are trying to accommodate people who would rather do things on their own. That was brilliant. Part of me is glad it's finally over. Though, organizing everything was no mean feat. More importantly, I can't quite believe that your offhand suggestion has effectively created an entirely new academic field. But I suppose it's funny because what they're talking about is basically cosmic exploration, which is content they're adding this expansion. But I suppose if anyone should be taken seriously on the subject of seeing out the unknown, then it is you. It's rather exciting to think I might someday help in the exploration of the stars. At any rate, thank you for everything, Shizune.
Yeah!
Oh, but wait! Where's Searching Way? I still need to rub those adorable little ears of his.
Yay!
I have an achievement, and I have a new little friend. Okay, now let me show you Mont Blanc. Have to go to Hugane. They did slightly add a Final Fantasy IX reference to the content. But because you see that ship over there, that is the Prima Vista, which is from Final Fantasy IX. It was basically the ship that belonged to the theater troupe that Zidane was part of. and it doubled as their like stage and stuff, and it served the same function in Final Fantasy 14, but with a different group of people. I forgot I can take the Aetheryte to the airship landing. Everybody shut up, leave me alone, don't bully me. Anyway, if I go on to the Prima Vista. Oh, has your buddy played 14? Because the current expansion has had a ton of 14 references. Anyway, look, it's Mount Blanc. Principal Genomics has agreed to give me he's an actor, an actual role in the play. It is not Mont Blanc who stands before you, Kupo, but Ilsu Tenjil, the most handsome and noble and handsome of the Knights Templar, who is all but 2 lines before he must return to his proper place backstage working the lights. Do not forget that, Kupo. So yeah, this is Final Fantasy XIV's Mont Blanc. And look, we have Ramza and Alma, who are named after, I believe they were ancestors of theirs. Hurdy is a fellow Moogle who is part of the quest. I don't know if he's a reference to anybody. Or I can't remember. Because now I'm saying it, I'm like, that sounds like a name of somebody from 12. But yeah, this is Genomus. And these are his children, Ramza and Alma. I believe it was their ancestor who, I guess I could ask the dramaturge. Or you could play for, all this content is part of the free trial, by the way. You can play with this stuff and play through this story. Gertie, I don't think has... It's been a while. For context, I'm in Endwalker, which is the name of the current expansion I'm playing through. This content is from Stormblood, which I did last summer/fall. And then I hit Shadowbringers last October. Played through all of Shadowbringers. There were a few little points where I took a little break to play some other games on stream. And then... it might be a Crystal Chronicles reference, who knows? They do kind of mix in references from different things. Because, let's see here. You said... okay, so if you know 3, then I can show you something else cool. And it's a big plot point thing, too. Hello, this is me introducing somebody to my hyperfixation, Final Fantasy XIV, by being like, check out all this cool Final Fantasy reference stuff. Oh, right, it just occurred to me. You've played 4. Look what mount I have. If Final Fantasy IV is one of your favorites. Also, this mount is from the cash shop because it's from when they first announced the expansion. But look, it's the Crystal Tower from 3. The weather here is awful right now, so it's really hard to see, but... But yeah, there's a whole raid series based around the Crystal Tower that starts with what in this game is called the Labyrinth of the Ancients, but if you've played 4, you may know it as the Ancient Labyrinth. And then you get to go to Circus Tower, and then you go to the World of Darkness. The Loprits are what they call the Hummingways in this game. And if we go to Bestways Burrow, you're gonna hear some familiar music and see some familiar things. Because welcome to one of the better Final Fantasy IV references in the game. And look, it's Camping Way. And they did not name any of the vendors Vending Way, unfortunately, or Mending Way. But you have Vending Way and Dancing Way. I think there is an actual Humming Way somewhere. Guiding Way. Basically, a bunch of characters that are named after the different names that Naming Way had in... A part of your brain just got scratched? Yeah, it's the moon theme from, or the Humming Way zone theme. And this area is really cool because I have combat music turned off just because it bothers me with having the music constantly changing based off of like me being in combat and not. But let me actually change that for a second. Let's see here. Is it in here? Or is it in system? Hang on. Enable normal battle music. Okay, so what's cool about this zone specifically is that it has unique music for when you're in combat. So this is also going to sound familiar to you. I'll stay in combat for a second longer so you can hear more of it. The Final Fantasy IV combat music! And it's unique to just this zone. And by this zone, I mean this area right here and this area right here. Also, let me see if some of the hunts are available right now. Because, speaking of moon pseudo-bosses, Pudding Princess is a hunt in this area. Because they have hunts in the game. Like in 12, and it's also in 16 and stuff. And it starts off with it being related to these, like, city-state militaries that you can join, or can join. They have to join in the game. You have to choose one. But then eventually they changed it over to Clan Centurio and getting Centurio seals. And then they eventually retired that for some reason. And now it's Clan Nutsy, which is run by a Moogle. So I think that's their Mont Blanc reference. Is Clan Centurio isn't run by Mont Blanc, but Clan Nutsy is run by a Moogle named Nutsy. But yeah, this is the moon in 14. And it was a big deal in Endwalker, which is a big Final Fantasy IV reference. Including the fact that in Shadowbringers, the character that's in all the trailers, who is the stand-in for the player character, his job changes every expansion. And in the trailer for Shadowbringers, he was a Dark Knight. And then in the trailer for Endwalker, he was a Paladin. And that's when they announced that we were going to the moon. And here we are with the moon. No Lunarians, at least not yet, but other stuff is happening. So yeah, so yeah, if you're into Final Fantasy, if you like the whole like mixing together stuff from previous games to tell its own unique story, yeah, if you, man, I think you're gonna like the patch quests. I actually think the patch quests are better than the base game. Anyway, it is like 12:30. I should find somebody for us to raid on Twitch. And then give my voice a break, because I've been streaming since like, I started stream late, but like, what, 5:15? So... You know what? Floof is in Stormblood, and she's streaming Final Fantasy XIV. So I am going to raid her. And until I see you guys again. Oh, right. Thank you everybody so much for joining me. I need to do my host field. If you haven't already, please make sure to follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, subscribe on Twitch. The poll in the Discord ends tomorrow to decide what I'm gonna have to do if we're at 100 subs by the end of December. So also, if you're not in the Discord already, be sure to join it and vote. Again, that poll ends tomorrow. I will be back on Tuesday with more Final Fantasy XIV. We're gonna do the 6.0 dungeons, because I want to finish up the content that was added when Endwalker first came out. So 6.0 dungeons on Tuesday, and I might also, I know they were added later, but for the sake of my sanity, we may also, if we have time, unlock the Allied Society quests on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, we are gonna go into the first Pandemonium raid. We're gonna do the first raid tier of Pandemonium, because that was also added in 6.0. And then I believe that's everything that was added in 6.0, which means next Sunday, starting at 4:30 Central, we will be doing 7.1 MSQ. Because I know I used to do MSQ on Sundays. I've decided, or on Tuesdays, I've decided to mix things up because the last, at least when I was doing Shadowbringers, I ended up doing MSQ over 2 days. And so at that point, if it's going to take me 6 hours, I might as well do it on my 6-hour stream. So I'm trying a different cadence to doing the content. And yeah, the goal is to be caught up with the game by FanFest. We'll see how close we get to that. And yeah. So, I'm gonna head off for tonight. And until I see you guys again, I hope you have a good night, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye.